Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Garik Sergey, and I'm the Senior Financial Management Specialist of the WorldBank Center for Financial Reporting Reform and the Task Team Leader for STAREP program. Glad to welcome you at our two-day workshop on implementation of the latest international educational standards. This event is held under two CFRR programs, which are STAREP and PULSAR, and is targeted at both public and private sector accountancy education. I see we already have connected around 50 participants and panelists. So before we start the session, the first session, I would like to invite Daniel Boyce, the WorldBank Practice Manager, to welcome you. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Garik. Welcome to everyone, and hello, good afternoon. For most of you, good morning. On behalf of the WorldBank, both in terms of the STAREP and the PULSAR EduCops, these two community of practice for accounting education, it's my pleasure to welcome you today for this virtual workshop, which continues tomorrow, I understand, devoted to a discussion of recent developments in international education standards for professional accountants. We decided to have this for the two programs because the issue of the changing requirements for accountants, professional development and education is a significant interest for educators, both in the private and public sector, and similar for accountants in each area. So we've organized this as a two-day online conference, and we think the audience will have a chance to hear the latest developments in the IESs, first directly from the standard setters, also from the PAOs and educators that might be implementing these changes, and then to discuss the challenges that you might be facing in the implementation process. At the previous workshops, both in the PULSAR side and the STAREP side, we have discussed other challenges and the level of implementation of the IES by educators in the countries that benefit from these programs. This event then builds on those, and it will continue discussing the development of the standards themselves, and go then beyond the content to the implementation, as I mentioned. So to summarize the key objectives, first is to learn from our program partners on the latest developments in the IESs for accountants, then to inform the participants on any other recent developments, which could include the the evolution of the IESB, which is transitioning to the International Panel on Accountancy Education, IPAE. And then we will highlight some current challenges and opportunities in accounting education, including the education for sustainability standards, where there's not a lot of expertise right now, and how to integrate the education needs of public sector and private sector accountants. And finally, we'll also allow you to ask questions. All the participants make space to ask questions and also exchange your experiences, which could be valuable for the other participants. So once again, we appreciate all of you for joining. Both the speakers, I can only see the speakers, but Garik says there's 50 others. So we hope you'll enjoy the event. And then we're looking forward to seeing you in our next webinars, which we expect will increasingly start to be in person, while still taking advantage of this online format where it makes sense. Back to you, Garik.
Thank you, Dan. Right now we have 64, of which 45 are attendees, and panelists are 19, so pretty large number, and we expect that this is going to increase. So now we will start the first session, which is overview of the latest changes to IES. And I will invite John Hooper, the WorldBank consultant, to introduce the session objectives and speakers, as well as to moderate the first session. John has significant experience in the accounting profession and education, working in wide range of countries, as well as at the International Accounting Education Standards Board Consultative Advisory Group for 6 years. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Garik, indeed. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. It's a real privilege and honor to be part of this conference today, so I thank you for that opportunity. It's for me to introduce this crucial first session on the recent or relatively recent changes to the international education standards for accountants. I think that the board was working quite a long time, got an awful lot of consultation responses, and in developing these new changes, which we're about to hear about, those changes address the fast-moving world of accountancy and the important issues, because accounting education doesn't stand still, as everybody here will know. And I commend the board in the changes they've developed and the work they have continued to do. So, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce the first speaker today, Sarah Gagnon from IFAC. And no better person is placed to talk to us about this, because Sarah is a senior manager and a leader at IFAC. She provides support and development services to the membership of IFAC, particularly across Central, Southern and Eastern Europe, but also leads the IFAC's membership compliance program, which plays a hugely crucial role in helping support and lead and develop, while helping professional organizations around the world develop themselves, along with partnerships with many other organizations and other professional accounting organizations themselves. So prior to joining IFAC, Sarah worked with the STAREP network in Arlington, Virginia, supporting research and membership services for STAREP's global membership of microfinance organizations. I commend as an ideal speaker for this. And Sarah, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for that kind introduction. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you're all seeing that. So again, good afternoon, and thank you all very much for this opportunity to join this important event and share on the global adoption and implementation of international education standards using the perspectives and data from IFAC's membership compliance program. As John mentioned, my name is Sarah. I am one of the senior managers here at IFAC that engages with a regional portfolio. And for the past year, I have been getting to know and working with many of IFAC member organizations across Central, Southern, and a bit of Eastern Europe. There might be some new folks tuning in today, so I don't want to assume too much, and we'll just start with a really brief overview of IFAC as a global membership organization. It was established in 1977. We now have over 180 membership organizations, which are professional accountancy organizations. That covers over 130 jurisdictions worldwide and is representative of over 3 million professional accountants in the public and private sectors. IFAC has a very strong public interest focus. We really strive to be transparent in everything we do and serve the greater good and public interest. We strive to do this through our comparative advantage of being a global convener, serving as a knowledge gateway, and having an influential voice. As a global organization, we have a natural global vision and mission. And in our mission statement, IFAC absolutely recognizes that our membership organizations and our stakeholder network, such as the WorldBank and the CFRR, are really essential to achieving our mission. We have 3 strategic objectives outlined in those purple boxes there. For this presentation, I'll really be focusing on that 3rd strategic objective in terms of how IFAC supports and promotes the adoption of international standards, especially the IES. At IFAC, we know that adopting and implementing international accountancy standards, along with quality assurance procedures and enforcement mechanisms, can be a lot of hard work, and the process often requires years of advocacy and outreach and coalition building. And each jurisdiction, there's an ecosystem of stakeholders that need to work together. And the same very much applies at IFAC and our work in supporting development and adoption of those international standards. Some of these components I'll speak to in more detail shortly, such as the membership requirements, monitoring and reporting, and implementation support. But aside from those areas, through some of our advisory groups, IFAC is able to provide input directly to the International Independent Standard Setting Boards. We support post-implementation reviews and surveys, and we often engage with the standard setting boards for outreach and speaking engagements. And in many jurisdictions worldwide, standards can't be officially adopted until they are translated into local national languages, and therefore our intellectual property department also plays a significant role in facilitating the translation and reproduction of standards, all while ensuring that the intellectual property of the standards remains secure and, again, in the public interest. Through our Memorandum of Understanding known as Mosaic, IFAC and international donors and others in the international development community are positioned to cooperate and collaborate and increase the capacity of PAOs as part of improving the overall quality of financial management systems. Currently, we have country-specific projects in Ghana and Burkina Faso right now aimed at strengthening robust accounting practices in the public health sector. And it's only through this coordination and collaboration across all these various areas is IFAC able to work toward and achieve its objective of supporting adoption and implementation of standards. Of course, at IFAC, we firmly believe that strong, capable professional accountancy organizations are the key source for producing competent, credible accountants, advancing and driving international standards adoption, and best serving the public interest. Those competent, credible professional accountants are in turn well equipped to produce high quality financial and increasingly non-financial information to support and drive local economic development and ideally increasing prosperity. IFAC membership is a globally recognized hallmark of a high quality PAO. And IFAC membership makes it quite clear to public and private sector organizations that a PAO has credibility, capacity, and relevance to meet societal needs. I think that IFAC membership resounds worldwide, in part because of our IFAC member compliance program. And this was launched almost 20 years ago to really spur accountancy organizations to work with their individual members, regulators, standard setters, and any other key stakeholders to support the accountancy profession and require very specific actions. And through the program, IFAC membership organizations are working to improve the quality of the accountancy profession by adopting and supporting implementation of international standards such as audit, education, ethics, etc., alongside the quality assurance and enforcement mechanisms I also mentioned. These actions and requirements are codified in IFAC's Statements of Membership Obligations, or the SMOs, which provide a clear framework of these requirements. Our requirements are frequently referenced in the WorldBank ROSC accounting and auditing reports, and most recently, we're quite pleased to say that the program was included by the OECD Partnership of International Organizations for Effective Rulemaking as an example of best practice for supporting implementation. Participation in this member compliance program is a mandatory component whenever a PAO joins IFAC membership. And what happens then is there's constant interaction between IFAC member organizations, other network partners such as regional organizations, and IFAC staff such as myself to make sure that we're really understanding and helping to drive progress and changes at national and regional levels. The compliance program is not intended to just be about compliance despite its name and not just words without actions. It really is about trying to drive progress and results. And this is done by IFAC member organizations developing and submitting regular action plans that demonstrate how they are fulfilling the membership requirements and in turn detailing their plans for adopting international standards and supporting that implementation. Those action plans are in part used by us at IFAC to help assess not only status of adoption of standards, but also progress of member organizations. Our assessments include and utilize a plan, do, act, and review management cycle. And we use that in terms of ratings related to how members are progressing, again, with those requirements and obligations. And IFAC always provides recommendations alongside those ratings and tries to direct IFAC member organizations to support and other resource areas. These assessments can help serve as a document for conversations with key stakeholders, but in very extreme cases, it can also serve as a basis for considering removing a PAO from IFAC membership if they're not committed to these requirements. Aside from myself, there are 6 other, regional managers that carry out this engagement and support to understand our very diverse membership strategic objectives, priorities, and challenges, and again, how they're advancing adoption and implementation of standards. Again, this might just serve as a brief reminder for anyone who's not familiar with our 7 specific membership obligations. There are 7 of them, and member organizations provide information related to these on a consistent basis. Our SMO number 2 directly relates to IFAC members' efforts to adopt, support adoption, and support implementation of the IES. As you can see in that second picture there, we place SMO 2 and education as sort of that initial layer in our SMO house, because the accountancy education is truly the foundation for the profession, and it's why alignment with the IES is so important. A house is really only as strong as its foundation, and so the profession's competencies, credibility, and that public trust is in part built upon having strong national education systems. The two-way engagement that I spoke about in exchange of information between IFAC and our membership is really essential to us being able to have the ability to provide reports and updates on the global status of adoption of international standards. And using and analyzing data from our member compliance program, we started reporting on the global status of adoption in 2017 and have issued updates every couple of years since. Just recently this year, we were able to issue our first comparison from our full baseline report in 2019 and start to identify some global trends and shifts in terms of adoption of the standards. The overall positive news is that there continues to be a very strong overall global uptake and usage of international standards and best practices. Even before our first adoption report in 2017, we launched IFAC's Global Impact Map in 2016. The Global Impact Map provides a very thorough and detailed overview of the legal and regulatory framework and standards adoption across IFAC membership jurisdictions, and again, also showcases the activities and actions by member organizations on how they're fulfilling those requirements. Unlike the global status reports, though, the Global Impact Map is updated constantly, again, based on our IFAC regular touch points and engagements. So I would absolutely consider it a go-to source for information if you're seeking adoption information across any of IFAC members' jurisdictions. We created a tutorial on how to leverage and navigate the Global Impact Map sections and find information that meets your needs. And so I'll be able to share several links via the chat after the presentation. Another quick video that I will reference but not play right now It's just a brief timeline of IFAC's adoption and implementation focus and how the use of member compliance data has really evolved over the years. And it's been an ongoing process for us to improve and strengthen our work on adoption and implementation that will add value to a global audience. Digging in now to more on the adoption of international education standards, which is what I know we're here for, and having provided all that context on how we get to our data and our work. Our methodologies for assessing adoption of the international standards has been determined in collaboration with each of the relevant independent standard setting boards. And it's been supported by PAOs and key stakeholders, again, like the World Bank over the years. We endeavor to be relevant to each unique standard and area, but also maintain some level of global consistency. And again, in the public interest, you can find our methodology and definitions all online. So here I've presented how the IES adopted, partially adopted, and not adopted categorizations are defined, and we reach those ratings based on the action plan submitted, additional desk research, and consultation with other stakeholders as needed. IFAC assesses adoption at a jurisdictional level versus a PAO or organizational level because we ultimately want to drive behavior at the jurisdiction level, at the national level. So for example, if an IFAC member might require its membership to complete CPD, but joining that organization is voluntary, we still would want all professional accountants in the jurisdiction to be fulfilling continuous professional development. So therefore, the IFAC member would be responsible for promoting the IES, in particular in this case, IES 7, to the relevant standard setter or regulator to say, you know, all professional accountants in this jurisdiction should be subject to continuous lifelong learning and development as part of best practice. When there is more than one PAO in a country, again, we want all those organizations to be demonstrating alignment of the education requirements to the latest version of the IES for an adopted categorization. And in our assessments, we explain a lot of the detail and nuance behind the ratings for each IFAC member jurisdiction. And if there are any specific jurisdiction or country questions, you know, I'd be happy to take those and follow up with those offline. Again, as our adoption methodology is referring to the requirements of the IES in their entirety, I do just want to be clear that we're referring to IES 1 through 8, so the full spectrum, the full education journey for both aspiring and, you know, those qualified professional accountants. And I should clarify that we use the definition of professional accountant that is in the IES. So it is someone that has demonstrates and achieves professional competence and is required to adhere to a code of ethics by a licensing or certifying authority. As at December 2021, this is a global snapshot of adoption across all the 7 standards and best practices, and zooming in on the international education standards. We have about 20% of our IFAC member jurisdictions that are considered to be fully adopted and incorporating the requirements as outlined in the latest version of the IES. There is a much larger percentage, 77%, that are considered partially adopted, meaning that as it stands, the accountancy education and requirements for all regulated professional accountants aren't yet fully matching up with the latest IES requirements. And I will get into more about partial adoption shortly. Just a very small percent are not yet referencing the IES in the development of their national accountancy education programs. But that is something through the member compliance program where we work to engage and communicate with the PAOs and key stakeholders in the jurisdiction to understand why and what can be done to better support adoption of best practices. As I mentioned, in 2022, we were able to produce our first comparison report across the standards. I do want to point out just from the start that there are some data differences between our 2019 data set and the 2021 data set used for this. And it's that IFAC regularly continues to welcome, and we're excited to bring in new member organizations. So between 2019 and 2021, we had 7 new member organizations join in 5 new jurisdictions. So there are some differences between the exact total numbers in the data set. And so percentages and adoption rates can change simply as a result of that. But again, overall, IFAC member jurisdictions are committed to using and referencing the IES, which is, of course, the positive news. IES are almost exclusively adopted through a convergence approach, rather than just saying in the law, these are the standards that should be applied. This approach, then requires a significant amount of time and coordination among that ecosystem of stakeholders, because the standards need to be reviewed, and implementing organizations such as universities, employers, training institutes have to also be sort of upskilled in their understanding of their requirements before they're able to be applied and implemented. We have seen progress from partial adoption categorizations to adopted ratings. And we see this most often occur with a diagnostic, i.e. having a clear understanding of the requirements and a gap analysis being completed, which then allows for a roadmap and actions to be carried out, as well as having institutional capacity strengthening. As I mentioned, partial adoption is a wide definition and categorization. There can be several reasons why a jurisdiction might be at partial adoption for IES. Those global reasons are on the slide there, and they really vary, though, between regions, and very important to understand the needs of the local context. I thought I would mention for jurisdictions where the CFRR programs are primarily focusing on, some of the most common reasons for partial adoption include that university curricula isn't yet meeting the IES. There's some challenges moving to competency-based and learning outcome approaches, which are part of the latest version of the IES. A diagnostic hasn't been performed yet, so sometimes there's a lack of information. There's still adoption in reference to earlier versions of IES. And I think most notable is that requirements for accountants might not be IES aligned yet. And I think this is notable for several jurisdictions within this region, because they do have national frameworks around regulating accountants, or are working to have that framework. And that's being inclusive of the full spectrum of the accountancy profession, and not just having requirements for auditors. However, because those individuals are then considered in the scope of regulated professional accountants, it can have an impact on the adoption status rating. We see this as a great opportunity, though, to continue to try to drive behaviors and raise awareness on the importance of adopting education requirements for for all professionals that might be providing accountancy services, and ensuring that they have the competencies and knowledge to provide high quality services. There are only about 10% of IFAC's member organizations that have the sole direct authority to be responsible for education standard setting. About 80% of our membership has to share that authority and engage and collaborate with other entities. And the other 10% actually don't have authority at all to set education requirements. They might be able to create voluntary ones, but mandatory authority lies maybe with another entity. I say this though, and a key message that I still want to communicate is that PAOs are essential to usage and increasing usage of international standards and international education standards. They provide vital technical support, outreach, advocacy, and translations, to support regulators and stakeholders in this important process. And we know this because our membership obligation for IES SMO2 actually has pretty strong fulfillment rates among IFAC member organizations. A high percentage are taking actions to review and improve how the adoption and implementation of the international education standards and approaches happen at a national level. And accountants really rely on the support that IFAC member organizations provide to improve their professional competencies and apply the standards. I think lastly of note to mention is that there are over 120 IFAC member organizations that operate in jurisdictions where English is not the official or business language. Yet only a small percentage, maybe around 5 to 10% of IFAC's membership is able to undertake translations of education standards and support materials. So I think this might represent an opportunity for further collaboration. Finally, I am getting to the end and wrapping up. As part of my closing slides, I want to highlight some of the adoption and implementation support that is available from IFAC and also the IAESB. Although that board has been transitioned to the panel, there are still many supplementary materials and implementation support resources that the board did issue and certainly remain relevant today. These can be found via IFAC's Accountancy Education e-tool, which helps stakeholders navigate and access the key principles of the IES. IFAC also published a self-assessment checklist that PAOs or really any other stakeholders can also complete to get that gap analysis and then ideally start raising awareness about the IES, their requirements, and engaging with the right stakeholders to then address those gaps. That self-assessment is available in Arabic, Bosnian, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Russian. So hopefully that is of some support to the jurisdictions and maybe participants on this call. This year, IFAC also made our membership obligations available in a digital platform, leveraging our e-international platform. And so it provides a new, unique central access point to the membership obligations and the many SMO-related resources that we've developed in multiple languages over the last 20 years. We really hope that the platform can better help all PAOs understand the requirements, and it sorts resources according to the SMOs. So in the SMO2 section, it includes that self-assessment, along with presentations and case studies and other webinars related to adopting and supporting implementation of the IES. The IFAC Global Knowledge Gateway is an excellent source of implementation support with resources, articles, and videos And there we share several adoption and implementation success stories to demonstrate how our members drive adoption and also keep up that momentum and encouragement among members to do so. I've highlighted a few of the articles we have around accountancy education and how PAOs are ensuring that education standards, approaches, and schemes can meet the IES. Anne-Marie and Helen could definitely better speak to the IFAC Ed education conversations and the recent Ed Exchange Summit, but I would just be remiss to not also highlight these global events and conversations with experts as part of the additional implementation support that's available on IFAC's Gateway and YouTube channel. And I certainly hope you'll explore those resources. If there's any particular article that really intrigues your interest to share further as part of promoting the IES with stakeholders, we also welcome translations of IFAC Gateway articles with a pretty simple email inquiry. Lastly, I also just want to highlight the, again, within our ecosystem, the interaction and collaboration that we have with the education panel. Especially this year, IFAC regional managers such as myself and IFAC's PAO development and advisory group have been collaborating quite closely. At the end of last year, we met with the panel, and as a result of that presentation and engagement, the panel and IFAC have been in dialogues with PAOs to identify and understand, again, those barriers and challenges to adoption and implementation of the IES. This began with outreach to the Middle East and North Africa region, leveraging a regional dashboard and anecdotal data from our IFAC member compliance program. Outreach to other regions is forthcoming, and again, I think presents an opportunity to further collaborate, perhaps with CFRR in this regard, as we continue our outreach and eventually get to these region and jurisdictions. And this year, we were also really pleased to have Anne-Marie and Helen join in a recent meeting of our PAO development and advisory group to discuss the changing landscape of accountancy education and what that means for PAO resilience. There will be a report coming soon from that meeting, which is aimed at aiding and encouraging PAOs to consider and evaluate their educational programming and how it can respond to these emerging trends and expectations. The continued collaboration between IFAC and the education panel, leveraging, again, our perspectives and data from the IFAC member compliance program will hopefully ensure that we're providing, data-driven, data-demanded, useful support to PAOs worldwide. So with that, I'll just say thank you very much again for your time, attention, and the opportunity to share IFAC's adoption and implementation work.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. It was a fascinating presentation covering quite a wide range of ground. I think it's very interesting to note that when you mentioned the 7 SMOs, 4 of those relate to the adoption or influencing the adoption of standards, 3 of which are produced with the support of IFAC, 3 sets of standards, IESs obviously, and the education standards amongst them. And of course, another one is IFRS. These are moving targets. And I think that's something that PAOs all around the world have that as a challenge, whether they're the most advanced PAO or the smallest. So, if there are changes to standards across all the standards, then PAOs must respond to that. They can be compliant with one set of standards one day, and then when the standards change, there's a challenge. And so I think IFAC has a key role in assisting PAOs, and in fact others, not only PAOs use the education standards, in responding to those changes. But now we're going to hear about what the changes are. I think it's very, very fascinating to hear directly from the people who at the top level. They develop the changes, and then they champion the changes. And I know no better champion than Anne-Marie. I was very fascinated to be at the meeting that you mentioned, Sarah, and have it directly from the champion themselves to hear what the changes are and what was behind those changes. So Anne-Marie Vitali is the chair. She's the chair. In fact, she's the double chair. She was the chair of the International Education Standards Board, which was responsible for developing, approving, and discussing the changes we'll be hearing about in a moment. And since then, she's transitioned, and we'll hear about that transition in a later session, to being the chair of the International Panel on Accountancy Education, which I think is a fascinating move in itself, but that's not what we're going to hear about just now. Anne-Marie Ms. Vitali currently serves in PwC's Office of the General Counsel in a forensic capacity. She works with the US Securities Exchange Commission, the PCAOB, on litigation-related matters. Wow, heavy stuff. But has also previously in PwC, she has 25 years as an audit partner. I can't believe that's the right number. That seems far too much for me. And she served in the education side of things as well. And has extensive experience in that aspect, particularly in developing, leveraging CPD, continuing professional education, to improve directly linked to audit quality. Like I say, we're hearing from the top, we're hearing from the person themselves, the most responsible. So I'm going to hand over right now to Anne-Marie. Let's please look forward to the changes, the discussion of the changes that have recently been made. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
John, thank you. And thank you for that introduction. That was very kind. And Sarah, I just want to do a shout out for you as well for all the work that you're doing and IFAC, because collectively we're all in this together, right? The importance of accountancy education. And I really appreciate showing SMO2 as the foundation, right? We know absolutely accountancy education is the foundation of everything that we do. And so thank you for this opportunity. And I think we can all agree that foundational to the quality of financial reporting is obviously achieved through the adoption and implementation of education standards, amongst other standards. I think one thing I'd like to start with, because I think this is important, is to talk about what were some of the drivers for the changes in the international education standards. Why were the standards changed? It's important, and it was very important for us as a board at the time, that we focus on evidence and information gathering activities and have a strong understanding of the changes that were needed. Now, the changes that we focused on were around information and communication technologies and professional skepticism. But let's step back and talk about some of the basis for why we got to the changes, and I'll talk about those more. So first of all, as we know, we talk about this a lot, there's one primary constant in the accountancy profession, and that is change. And change is actually captured in the framework for education standards for aspiring and professional accountants as follows. Change is a significant characteristic of the environment in which professional accountants work, requiring them to develop and maintain professional competence throughout their careers. Professional accountants need to actively pursue the education, training, knowledge, and skills which they need to anticipate and adapt to changes in processes, technologies, and professional standards. So within this backdrop, and recognizing that change is foundational and constant for what we deal with, we evaluated whether the IESs were fit for purpose. So let me talk about the business change. Why were changes made? So the revisions, we revised IES 2, technical competence, IES 3, professional skills, IES 4, professional values, ethics, and attitudes, and IES 8, professional competence for engagement partners responsible for audits of financial statements. And these standards were effective January 1 of 2021. Now, as I mentioned, they address information and communication technologies and professional skepticism. But to ensure we have a constant baseline of what I mean by that, let me reiterate what those definitions are. So ICT is defined in the Education Standards Glossary. And ICT is defined as established and emerging technologies, techniques, and processes used to capture, manage, transform, or communicate data and information. And yes, it's a mouthful, but ICT is encompassing a lot and it's certainly more than just information technology. Now, professional skepticism is defined as an attitude that includes a questioning mind, being alert to conditions which may indicate possible misstatement due to error or fraud, and a critical assessment of the evidence. So before I go and talk more about the actual changes, I want to provide some information that we evaluated at the time, so prior to making the changes. And of course, in true accountancy form, I want to go through some data. So this is what existed at the time when we were evaluating and doing our information gathering activities. And this was well before the pandemic. I'm going to start with ICT, and then later on, I will talk a little bit about professional skepticism. So first of all, PwC's 2017 Global Digital IQ Survey, 10th Anniversary Edition, found that by 2021, so that was last year, but this is looking back several years ago in 2017, that 23% of educators say graduates will have data science and analytical skills, and 69% of employers say they prefer someone with those skills, so you can see a gap. Additionally, 63% of respondents cite the lack of skilled teams as key obstacles to digital innovation. And then similarly, PwC's 2017 Finance Effectiveness Report stated that finance professionals spend half their time gathering data and the other half analyzing it. There's also an Adaptive Insight CFO survey, and this was conducted in 2017, and I find the statistic interesting. So when it was conducted, they asked CFOs, and this would be back in 2015, what was proficiency in Excel considered necessary? And 78% said yes, that's a necessary skill. Only 2 years later, 5% of CFOs said it was necessary skill, which really is representative of the changing dynamics in ICT, where we're moving and what's happening. And I focus on what's happening with business and the change in business, because that's going to impact us. It's how we view the business, it's how audits are conducted, it's how professional accountants at businesses do their work. And this is all highly relevant when we're evaluating the standards. Let's talk about the trends as of today. So that was the business case for revising the IESs back then. And so we took a look back and said, what are surveys telling us today? Is that gap still there? Is there still a demand for competencies in the area of digital, of ICT, analytical skills, et cetera? And not surprisingly, the answer is yes. So in a more recent survey, and this is the PwC's 2020 Global Digital IQ Survey, there was an observation, and that was most traditional training focuses on amassing knowledge rather than developing skills or understanding. And what's really needed is employees need to be provided ways to apply new skills immediately and to learn from one another. And still today, 79% of CEOs say a lack of key skills is threatening their organizational growth. Now, in 2021, Rand Corporation examined the digital skills gap in Europe. And the issue identified is that employees need digital skills to work with new technologies and keep up to date with rapid technological advancement. But while the demand for digital skills is high, supply is low, and there's still a struggle to find talent. And Rand concluded that the findings highlight the importance and the urgency of addressing the digital skills gap, not least to ensure that businesses, industries, and this includes the accountancy profession, keep pace with the rate and scale of technological innovation. In addition, PwC's Finance Effectiveness Benchmark Report, and this was 2019 to 2020, found that 20 to 40% of time can be reduced with finance automation and behavioral change. And that 75% of time in top finance functions is devoted to data analysis and insights. Now, as I mentioned, and you may be thinking, this relates to the overall business environment and not directly related to accountants. But that's really not the case, and I challenge anyone who thinks that. Because business is being conducted differently. When business is being conducted differently, it directly impacts our role as accountants. In addition, our role as accountants are changing because of business, but even how we're operating as accountants. But let's take a look at what's on top of mind of CEOs. So there was another study that was conducted. And this study, and it was a global study of 1,500 CEOs in 83 territories. And this was done at the end of 2019, as prior to the pandemic, but still relevant today. 4 key themes emerged. One of them was around upskilling. And to upskill or not upskill was no longer considered to be the viable option. It is simply an imperative. It's a needed business decision. And one of the drivers was increasing automation. CEOs, or 79% of CEOs, worry about the availability of these key skills, and this was one of their top 3 concerns at the time. Additionally, 53% of 22,000 workers that were surveyed from around the world believe that automation will significantly change their jobs or potentially make it obsolete in 10 years. But of course, that's assuming nothing's done or upskilling hasn't taken place. So why am I talking about upskilling? In particular, when a lot of aspiring professional accountants are just learning accounting, do they need to upskill? Well, the reason why it's important is because, first of all, there's a lot of existing professional accountants, but it also tells us about the future. It tells us that learning is not a point in time, it's a continuous process, a fast-paced continuous process. And in addition, as a result of this survey, the CEOs of companies are telling us they need something different from their employees, which includes professional accountants. Upskilling is needed, and this is a factor that prompted us to further evaluate where the IESs were fit for purpose. Now, after conducting significant information gathering activities, because it's important that we have evidence-based standard setting, several observations emerged. There's a shift towards a greater focus on specific tasks, skills, and mindset, and less on job titles. Technological awareness, its potential for disruption, and agility varies across stakeholder groups. Business strategies will significantly be influenced by ICT, and business models are going to continue to change. And what we found is there's really no new skill. Rather, certain existing skills will be more widely used. For example, business acumen, professional judgment, critical thinking, and digital skepticism. And continuing professional development will be essential, absolutely essential, to responding to the disruptive changes of technology. The change, of course, and what was required, what we heard from stakeholders, is it's not learning a specific technology. It's rather about understanding how that technology is going to impact how the accountant's role will change because of ICT. Now, 5 elements emerged as a result of our outreach activities. And these are all integrated. And actually, when you think about them, can be viewed more broadly than just the ICT lens. Our goal was to develop a holistic view of what's expected of accountants in this digital age, and it includes auditors and professional accountants in business. We avoided specific technologies so that the learning objectives being developed would remain evergreen. Now, here are the 5 ICT elements: business acumen, behavioral competence, digital acumen, data interrogation, synthesis and analysis, and communication. Now, let me talk a little bit more about each of these. So, business acumen. Today, strategic business decisions are based on the integration of appropriately analyzed large data sets and professional judgment. Business models are rapidly changing, and they'll continue to do so, affecting how vendors, employees, and customers interact, and how business is conducted and measured. Behavioral competence. Behavioral competence includes, for example, intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, adaptability, lifelong learning to effectively respond to an environment of rapid technological change. Intellectual agility, which means embracing new or alternative ways of working and adapting to changing circumstances quickly. And of course, the ethical use and dissemination of data. Now, digital acumen. It's important for accountants to understand how new and emerging technologies operate, are used, and affect the generation, processing, and flow of data and information. To be clear, it does not mean we need an in-depth understanding of all technology, but we do need to have an understanding of how it impacts what we do. In addition, digital acumen includes understanding how governance effectively oversees the impact of ICT, including data security. Now, data interrogation, synthesis, and analysis. The skills needed to use structured and unstructured data. Evaluate data integrity. Is it complete? Is it accurate? Is it relevant? Do we understand exceptions to expectations? As an example, there are tools that have been developed to extract provisions from non-standard lease contracts and present that information to the accountant to analyze. In this case, the accountant no longer needs to manually shift through substantial amounts of unstructured data, but rather can turn to higher order skills. And that's the key here, can turn to higher order skills and understanding the consequences of the contract. Now, data interrogation, synthesis, and analysis also includes conducting risk assessments, predictive analysis, and effective use of visualization tools. Communication has always been an important skill for an accountant. But new and emerging technologies will continue to change the channels of communication from and across systems. For example, using social media and smart devices. Now, as Sarah had mentioned, there are support materials, because what we also heard when we revised the standard was practical support guidance was needed. So in response, the board issued non-authoritative guidance to supplement the ICT learning outcomes. These learning outcomes provide further depth, flexibility, and disaggregation to supplement the learning outcomes within the ICT competence areas. They represent a progression of knowledge, skills, and behaviors for both aspiring and professional accountants as they progress in their careers and operate in different roles. Now I'm going to illustrate a few examples of how these principle-based learning outcomes in the revised IESs are further explained through the non-authoritative linked learning outcomes. And I use the word principles-based. And as you may know, these standards are very much principles-based, so they have broad applicability. At the same time, though, the standards permit any organization to, of course, add additional learning outcomes, to change the level of proficiency, to add additional competence areas, because there needs to be flexibility because of the broad nature of these standards, and that was recognized. So let me go to my example. The learning outcome in IES2 in a management competency area is the following. analyze data and information to support management decision-making. Sounds pretty good. Of course, some may say, how do I implement that? What does that mean? But in the order of progression, and to further disaggregate that learning outcome, the following two non-authoritative learning outcomes were developed. Describe how structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data are used by an organization to capture and record transactions. Use ICT, including data analytics and visualization tools and techniques, to enhance the presentation, communication, and interpretation of data and information for decision-making. And just as an aside, I have countless examples in my experience where just how data is presented highlights and identifies themes that I've seen that my staff would not necessarily have otherwise seen by looking at just a lot of data. So the visualization, how it's presented, and how it's communicated are one of those key skills that there's an increasing focus on. And I just want to provide that example. Now, another one, an IES 2. The learning outcome is governance, risk management, and internal control. That's the competency area. The learning outcome is analyze the adequacy of systems, processes, and controls for collecting, generating, storing, accessing, using, or sharing data and information. And so the learning outcome that was disaggregated into non-authoritative learning outcomes are as follows. Explain how data and information is transferred within and out of an organization. Use ICT to analyze the efficiency and the effectiveness of processes and controls in an organization, and develop appropriate responses to control failures. IES 3, interpersonal and communication competence area, includes the following learning outcome. Demonstrate collaboration, cooperation, and teamwork when working towards organizational goals. Now, this is further disaggregated in non-authoritative learning outcomes into the following. Discuss the potential for emerging ICT to improve processes, controls, and stakeholder engagement. Apply ICT to communicate effectively and enhance professional relationships. Evaluate how new and emerging ICT has the potential to change the channels of communication from and across systems. Let me shift now to professional skepticism. Now, professional skepticism is something that we can all agree is absolutely a cornerstone of what we do as accountants. And there was significant information gathering activities that were conducted as well, related to professional skepticism. But from an intellectual perspective, you can see how important this is and the need for us to evaluate, and we did evaluate, the education standards. Now, an analysis of professional skills, competencies, and behaviors determined competence areas and learning outcomes was in fact needed around professional skepticism. And part of that was a literature review. And I bring this up because some of the additional interesting information that was obtained. So in this literature review that was conducted by accounting academics, they identified that the individual differences in the exercise of skepticism can be traced to inherited traits and or learned experiences. But here was a key finding. Skepticism is an attitude that can be taught and learned and performance improved. IES 4, Professional Values, Ethics, and Attitudes, revised professional skepticism, included in the professional skepticism and professional judgment competence area, has a learning outcome that is as follows. Apply critical thinking when identifying and evaluating alternatives to determine an appropriate course of action. Now, this revision reflected the critical skills are an underlying competency of professional skepticism and used when are an underlying competency and used. As another example, in IES 4, apply ethical principles when assessing, storing, generating, and using and sharing data and information. Reflected the need for accountants to apply ethical principles when working with data and information. Now, a professional skepticism working group consisting of representatives from IESBA, the IAASB, and the then International Accounting Education Standards Board published a paper called Toward Enhanced Professional Skepticism. And there are a few observations I just want to bring to your attention. The first one is increased attention to business acumen is central to the exercise of professional skepticism. And business acumen is about understanding how business operates, understanding the broad businesses around us, because without that understanding of a client, an understanding of how business operates, we as professional accountants may possibly not identify or conduct at the degree of competency that may be expected of us if we don't have that understanding. Another observation, environmental factors can influence the ability to exercise professional skepticism. And I think we have all experienced that. An awareness of professional traits and biases is essential. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't also talk about IES 7, which is continuing professional development. This standard was revised prior to our most recent standard setting objectives, but I do want to highlight the following. So first of all, IES 7 was effective from January 1 of 2020. And with the view again of providing practical support, implementation guidance to accompany IES 7 included measurement approaches and the consideration of CBD frameworks. One concept introduced was related to planning for CPD and how self-assessment activities can be connected to relevant learning and development activities. So for example, a professional accountant identifies a development need and then plans how to address that development need. Now, many individuals may think professional accountants or accountants may not understand what the development need is. They may need to attend formal education to understand that. But I want to caution everyone, because I believe this concept, this ability to self-assess, will become increasingly important for our profession. We need to ask ourselves whether quality work performed by competent accountants will solely result from a top-down approach to accountancy education, or with our continuously changing environment, whether self-assessment and learning to learn are fundamental activities combined with the more formal learning activities that are needed to contribute to accountancy competency. Now let's look forward. First of all, I appreciate and acknowledge that there's constant change. We just talked about ICT. We talked about enhancements to professional skepticism. Sarah talked about the challenges that exist when adopting the IESs, primarily because of the distributed nature of the control and the influence around it. But we must keep moving, and we need to continue to look forward, because that's important for our relevancy, the attractiveness to the profession, but then also it's interesting. It's good areas that we can focus on. And you may think that it's too much right now, but just bear with me as I walk through it. But from an education panel perspective and an IFAC perspective, we're looking forward. And we are turning towards ESG reporting or sustainability more broadly. We often read about it, and we read about specifically its impact on financial reporting. Again, you may be thinking your organization doesn't have the time or the resources to respond to the demand of what's being needed right now, or that's going to require wholesale changes in the accountancy education because of the need for new competencies. You may also be thinking, what does this mean to an accountant day to day? What does this mean when an accountant shows up at work, when we talk about sustainability and we talk about ESG? And the one thing I want to turn to, because I do like to look at data and research, is we understand that capital flows informs us about demand and changing business dynamics. So there was another survey that was done by PwC. It was the Intelligence Consumer Survey on Environmental, Social, and Governance, or ESG. It was conducted in early of 2021, and it asked consumers, business leaders, and employees in the US, Brazil, UK, and India about ESG. Now, 83% of consumers think companies should be actively shaping ESG best practice. 91% of business leaders believe their company has a responsibility to act on ESG issues. 86% of employees prefer to work for companies that care about the same issues they do. I'd say this is some pretty good evidence that there's a significant shift in the demand towards ESG commitments, measurement, and accountability. Now, what does this mean from a capital flow perspective? In other words, what happens if we follow the money? Now, Morningstar captures data on global sustainability funds that claim to have a sustainability objective, or which use ESG criteria when deciding which assets to buy and sell. And again, this is from a global perspective. And here's what's interesting. Total funds assets were 2.3 trillion as of the end of June 30th, 2021. And this increased to 3.9 trillion just 3 months later. So it went from 2.3 trillion to 3.9 trillion in 3 months. So this tells us that capital flow is moving towards, and these are funds that are claiming to be involved with ESG, but it's moving towards ESG. Now, what might this mean for us in corporate reporting? Well, one thing I would ask you to consider is we can't necessarily wait for global standards to be adopted. We can start thinking about this now. And in particular, from an accountancy education perspective, we need to look into the future and prepare our accountants today for what they're going to face in the future. And continuing to attract members, limited resources, the fast-pacing change of things, you may believe are reasons why it's difficult to act right now. Everyone's busy. There's so many demands. A lot of you are working in a very difficult environment outside of accountancy education. But I don't think it's going to take a wholesale change. I think that before we jump into the need for massive change or new competencies and a rewrite of initial and continuing education, let's think about our foundational competencies as professional accountants. By way of example, existing learning outcomes in IES 2 technical competence include analyze an organization's risks and opportunities using a risk management framework. And one thing we've come to learn is ESG is about impact. Sustainability is about impact. It's also about managing organizations' risks and opportunities. Another learning outcome in IES 2 is analyze the adequacies of systems, processes, and controls for collecting, generating, storing, accessing, using, or sharing data and information. And so when you think about that, and you think about metrics on ESG, it's really not that different, or there are clearly similarities between data when we think about financial reporting. Now, the International Panel on Accountancy Education is responding to ESG demand in two ways. There's an ESG task force or innovation team that's discussing an approach to the development of stories. And these are stories to illustrate what the day in the life of will look for a professional accountant who's involved with sustainability reporting or ESG. And that's through multiple lenses, through an auditor's lens, through sustainability reporting manager lens, through a controls lens, and others. And we believe the stay in the life approach will accomplish the following. It's going to demonstrate our foundational competencies that align with sustainability reporting. It will reduce uncertainty and the barriers it creates in doing different things, because this will be different for us as accountants. It will increase our confidence for quality and providing quality service. And it's going to promote lifelong learning. Second, the IPAE plans to start the process of evaluating whether the IESs are fit for purpose. To be clear, this does not mean there's a standard setting project underway. It does not mean we're now going to revise the standards. It's about gathering information and understanding everyone's points of view. And we believe this process will complement the ongoing work by the IESBA and the IAASB. So these past years have tested all of us, but everyone here who's participating clearly has demonstrated your resiliency, and I applaud you for that. And we also know that we're committed. We're committed to a primary, really expectation and non-negotiable for accountants, and that's quality. And quality is achieved by competently performing our role. And our environment will continue to change, as evidenced by the pervasiveness of ICT, the continued importance of professional skepticism, including in ESG and sustainability in measurement and reporting. We focus and recognize that many of the competencies that we have around professional values, ethics, attitudes, technical competencies are foundational, and we should leverage those and use those going forward. And we're going to continue to embrace learning as we move forward. And the adoption and the implementation of the IESs, and of course, all of the other high quality standards are going to enhance what we do and also financial reporting. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. John, let me turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. That was a hell of a presentation, really, which was wonderful. Thank you. And very comprehensive and logical. It really gave the background to the changes that are under consideration over the next 2 days, which is very key. And I think that's just a really good background. So we are in a moment throwing it open for questions. It would be great to see as many questions as possible from participants. Please don't be shy. We have these two excellent presenters, great resource and in-depth of knowledge. So I have one question to start with, and I think this is a very practical question to both Sarah and Marie. If you're a PAO, imagine put yourself in the shoes of a PAO or even an educator, others here. From your perspective, Anne-Marie, what sort of changes would you expect them to do? Practical tasks. How do they implement these changes? What do they need to change? Is it the syllabus, or is it the approach to questions? For instance, with skepticism, maybe the way they write the questions rather than huge changes to syllabi. And Sarah, from your side, when you're evaluating action plans and you're looking at continued compliance with the IESs, what sort of things would you like to see in relation to these changes? What changes would you like to see to incorporate the changes? So there's, sort of from your side, Anne-Marie, what should they be doing? And Sarah, what do you think you should see that they're doing?
All right, John, thank you. And that was a great question. And because it is about what's practical here. What do we do? What do we do with all this? And here's some thoughts. So first of all, upskill yourself, right? So part of this is making sure you understand what the changes are and what may be needed. Because for all of us, and I will put myself squarely in this category as a aged professional accountant, continuing professional development, yes, is needed. And so we're all on this journey together. So part of this is upskill yourself, whether it's through reading, whether it's through attending conferences, whether it's through attending by way of example or listening to the Ed Exchange that IFAC had done. There's a lot of ways to get up to speed and upskill yourself. And then you'll have an opportunity to step back and take a look at your syllabus, take a look at what are the questions that are being asked. But importantly, think about what you're already doing, because I think the message here is this is not a wholesale change across everything. There are a lot of foundational skills that we have. So think about what already exists, and then based on your own upskilling, what you think you need to add. And so it's nothing new. You've been doing this probably for years when new changes come along. And so there's really nothing new here, whether it's ICT, whether it's professional skepticism, whether it's sustainability. Upskill yourself, learn yourself, and then evaluate what you have. Take advantage and recognize that a lot of what you're probably already doing is getting you 80% of the way there. But it's important, though, that something has changed, right? This is not business as usual for us. So something needs to change. And of course, leverage all those great resources that Sarah mentioned. And one thing that IFAC is really doing a great job on is working towards bringing individuals together so people can learn from each other. It's about convening. And I think when those opportunities exist, please also take advantage of them. So learn from those other PAOs that perhaps have more resources or further on their journey, because that's what we're all in this together. We're all going to learn together. So thank you, John.
Well, I think that's a very excellent answer, because it says you can upskill yourself by attending a WorldBank conference
Yes.
presented by the best people in the world. So always like it when we get confirmation that what we're doing is of value. Sarah, perhaps you could see it from the membership compliance side.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, John, for that question. I think what we continue to encourage professional accountancy organizations to do is always take stock of that ecosystem that I was referring to in terms of engaging with relevant and key stakeholders around accountancy education. And as skills like technology, ICT, sustainability reporting start to emerge, that might mean that PAOs have to be engaging with different stakeholders that they hadn't previously considered or been engaging with before. That might mean technology providers, technology firms, and it might also mean different perhaps entities within government or the ministry, especially as it relates to sustainability reporting. It might not be your traditional standard setter. And I think PAOs will continue to be able to leverage their own advocacy and outreach power, and also being sort of a center of excellence and connections across those various stakeholders. So really that's what we would expect and like to continue to see PAOs take on globally.
Thank you, that's great. And I think it's very important to a lot of people here to know what it is they perhaps have to do to maintain continued or even reach higher level of compliance with IESs when, amongst many other standards, that they're moving. So I have two more questions come in. Firstly, this is a slightly mischievous question. I have to say I'm part of this. You know, you've got two areas here, ICT and professional skepticism. And folks like myself who are a little bit older and longer in the tooth, I think I'm good at skepticism. In fact, I'm getting more skeptical as I get older. But I can't cope with the movements in ICT. I'm fairly lucky to be able to log onto this conference in itself. So would you see that there's different things that might be needed for CPD, because that's typically an older audience, than for IPD? Many of the folks who are coming through in IPD could probably teach the teachers when it comes to ICT. So do you think there's a different focus between those two?
Well, John, I think you're not part of the focus, right? I would say that you're not. But yes, there is a difference, right? And I can speak from my own lens, right, in terms of what even I first learned versus what I'm doing now. So by way of example, and here's the key thing is, this is about the intellectual curiosity, right? For all of us, this is about the willing, let me try something. So I myself have written a bot. Now, I learned how to do it. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to do it. It wasn't that difficult, I failed a few times, but it's possible. But this gets back to, I think, who we are as professional accountants and our intellectual curiosity and our ability to try something. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Let's try it again. But I think you bring up a very good point, John, which is this is applicable to us in CPD, just like it's applicable to aspiring professional accountants. And how we learn it will be different, and what we need to learn is different. And in some respects, it may be a little bit more difficult for us because we may have to unlearn some things that maybe worked in the past that don't necessarily work now, right? So when we think about how to talk to professional accountants that are in the continuing professional development area, I think there is that recognition that there's a difference. But I do want to add, when it comes to ICT, when it comes to sustainability, how exciting is it for PAOs? Because it will increase the attractiveness of the profession. And I don't want to lose sight of that, because we're going to have a great opportunity from a PAO perspective, just from an overall kind of market perspective, to increase the talent that's coming in, because ICT is going to enrich the role. And of course, professional skepticism is just foundational. So John, it will be different. And I think part of this is draw on our own behaviors and mindset, and let's get to work. And by the way, you logged on just perfectly. So there's an example right there. It's working.
With the help of WorldBank experts, probably. Sarah, do you want to answer that? I have another one that maybe would be good for you.
Sure, happy to.
Let me move on to the next one. So we have 4 SMOs at the moment that relate. This is not directly related to this, but it was mentioned, Anne-Marie talked about sustainability standards and ESG. There's a new set of standards in town, issued by the ISSB. There are other ones, of course, coming through in Europe. Not covered by IFRS, not covered by IESs or IESs. Will there be a new SMO? Is there any hot gossip on that one?
Yes, the hot question or hot topic of the day. So I can say that it's definitely on between both the quality management standards that are forthcoming, which could have impacts on the quality assurance review systems. How do you review systems of quality management as opposed to quality control? Quality management standards, and of course the ISSB forthcoming and issued standards, really taking a hard look at our statements of membership obligations to make sure that they remain fit for purpose and relevant is absolutely going to be a priority for IFAC in 2023. To make any significant change to the membership obligations, like adding a brand new one, would of course go through a public consultation process. Being our work in the public interest, we'd work in close collaboration with our advisory groups and the board as well. So I can't give a simple yes or no answer for right now on when or if a new membership obligation is going to be in place and when it might be effective, but absolutely would encourage all our IFAC member organizations and PAOs interested in membership to be staying tuned for that, and they can be proactive themselves as well in terms of getting themselves ready and familiar with the ISSB standards in the event that it becomes a more official IFAC membership obligation.
Now, keeping in mind, I've got one more question, Garrick, if I may. I'll just follow on from that statement. This is about changes to the international education standards. Can you see what's coming, Anne-Marie? Can we expect a new IES relating to sustainability work, or where might you consider changing IESs to take account of this brave new world?
So I will say that the panel in IFAC will start the process of gathering information. Obviously, changing standards, similar to what Sarah says, there's a process. It's important to get stakeholders' views. But I do think that when we look at the current IESs and we look at the demand and even the proposed ISSB standards, there is an opportunity to either perhaps enhance the learning outcomes, or certainly issue some non-authoritative guidance, right? Some practical guidance, because we appreciate that's needed at times. And so that's a process we're going to start. I do think looking in the future, when I think about the demand and how frequently we're hearing about sustainability, how frequently we're hearing about the standards are being set, the regulators involved, investors are demanding it, employees say that's what they want, that something needs to work, needs to change, and education is going to make the difference. I believe that, right? Education will make the difference. So we are focused on trying to support the PAOs and others to identify what you already have, right? The skills that you already have, and then also there may be some enhancement that's needed. It's a process we're starting, and it will take some time because we do want to make sure we have appropriate evidence before any changes are made, and there's a lot of consultation. And I will add, anyone that's participating today, we will welcome and absolutely welcome feedback, right? Or ideas or thoughts, because it's very important to hear the voice of the PAOs and others that in the accountancy profession. So it's a non-committal answer, John, but it's something that's a focus.
Yeah, I think it's welcome that both of your responses were very clear that this is under significant consideration. I would say that from what I hear also at the PAO DAG meeting, while there's a due process, this is also a relatively urgent issue, because if accountants don't stake a claim and make clear it's for us to do, then and very visibly and very loud to the world, then we might lose out. And I think the future ready accountant, to use a hackneyed old expression, will include sustainability reporting. It must do, otherwise others will do the work.
That's right.
So on that note, I can have to say, my lighting's not as good as it could be. I just have to thank you both very much. Such a relevant opening session. It's very clear what we need to do. And Marie, you said what we need to do is upskill. And I think the rest of the agenda and also the conversations we just had with you is an excellent start in upskilling, and hopefully will enable everybody to meet these challenges that you so beautifully set out. Garrick, over to you. Thank you both.
Thank you, John. I think we have at least one question in the question and answer section. Could you please come back to that one so that we have answer?
Yeah, there's an acknowledgement in the question and answer session. I think it's more of an acknowledgement that there's a high level of understanding. I don't see specifically a question. I don't know, Svetlana Zubalevich, if you'd like to put the hand up and make the question, but Garrick, am I mistaken? Is there specifically a question?
There is a question from Hasmik Sahakian. This is about, yeah, do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
How do you see the trainers? Okay. So I think the question goes, I guess, to either of you or both of you in relation to how trainers can be upskilled, as you mentioned before, Anne-Marie, in terms of the training of the trainers. Is there some guidance or how would training of trainers in these response to these changes be best facilitated?
So I'll give a point of view, right? And part of this is just exploring on my own journey. There is a lot of information that's available, and especially as it relates to kind of sustainability or ESG or even some upskilling. And so whether it's your own kind of self-assessment, so if it's reading, attending conferences like this, I think that part of it is there may not be a central place to go to right now. I mean, there's certificates, there's things that people can focus on, but just to explore what's out there and start the process. And when you start the process, you will see very quickly, okay, now I understand this more. Now I understand more that what I need to do. And so my advice is not so much that I can point you to a single website and you're going to learn everything, but just start exploring what's available and reading and attending conferences and reading the IESs proposed standards and reading the speeches that are being made either in the US or outside the US by regulators. Just gathering all that information is actually going to go a long way. And then, of course, it's always listening to your members. Right, because what they're telling you they need actually helps us understand what we need to learn.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. So, is there any specific resources on the Knowledge Gateway and elsewhere that IFAC might have prepared in relation to these changes?
So it's a great question. I was just trying to think, because the IFAC Gateway has a huge number of resources. I think Helen has just put in the chat that there is a Gateway article out that sort of signposts a number of certifications, courses, some of them I think even free, for professional accountants to start getting more of a grip on sustainability reporting. I would also just again point to the IFAC Gateway as a great resource in terms of not only articles, but also videos, interviews, where people can start to hear about the changes, start to hear what other PAOs have been doing to overcome obstacles, that might be able to help in local contexts. And then, of course, as a key regional manager at IFAC, I know all of us are always open and happy to facilitate connections across organizations as well. So if PAOs or anyone, approaches us and say, we have this challenge, is there anyone we can speak to? We're happy to help facilitate those connections as well.
Super, that's a very valuable offer. Thank you. Garrick, am I able to offer my thanks to both the speakers and then hand back to you?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Sarah and Marie, for excellent session and excellent presentations. So the second session, which is on implementation of the recent changes to IES, we will start shortly. And this will be a continuation of the first part, and we will hear from on the practical implementation of those educational standards from 3 professional organizations. And in the first part of the session, we will hear from Anne Lam, the Director for Professional Qualification ACCA, and has an extensive experience in qualification design, examining, and regulatory and international qualification recognition. In the first part, we will also hear from a presentation from Natalia Vovchuk, who is the head of Southeast Europe, AICPA, CIMA, and Natalia has significant contribution in setting up and running the ACCA Ukraine, Balkan, and South Caucasus office, as well as CIMA infrastructure in the Ukraine. And currently, she's working with AICPA, CIMA shareholders to gain further recognition of Association of Internal Certified Professional Accountants in Southeast Europe. After those 2 presentations, we will have question and answer session, and then we will continue with the third presentation with Maria Revazishvili, who is Education Coordinator of Institute of Professional Accountants, Georgian Federation of Professional Accountants and Auditors. And Maria is an active contributor in establishing and developing professional certification program based on ACCA in Georgia. And to start the first presentation, I invite Anne Lam. Over to you, Anne, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. So bear with me for a few seconds whilst I get that sorted. Hopefully you can all see that now. So thank you, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be part of the panel today and to discuss the implementation of the IESs. I am the Director of Professional Qualifications at ACCA, but alongside that, I've been involved with the work of IFAC, and in particular the work of the IFAC International Education Accounting Standards Board. I was part of the consultative advisory group before the board disbanded, and I was a member of the new panel for a while, and I'm still involved in some of the IFAC innovation teams where we're looking at the IESs. So perhaps you can tell from that I'm a firm supporter of the value of IESs and really the value they bring to PEOs in helping them enhance and develop their qualifications. So it's my real pleasure to be able to talk to you today about the work that ACCA has undertaken to implement the changes in the IESs. So as you're probably aware, ACCA, we are a very large global professional accounting body. We've got over 240,000 members, and we've got over 500,000 future members working across 178 countries and regions, and those individuals work in a wide range of sectors and industries. And it's worth highlighting that to you in terms of the breadth of the students' populations and where they work, because that actually forms part of our challenge in terms of implementing some of the changes in the IESs. And that's not something that's necessarily relevant to all of you in terms of your bodies, but that's something that we have to factor in when we're looking to make the implementation changes to the IESs. So you will have heard Anne-Marie talk this morning at the previous session on some of the changes and also the background for those changes. So I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm more going to talk to you about really what we've been doing. And although this session was titled "The Challenges," what I've tried to do in I suppose pulling together this presentation and sharing it with you is not just to focus on the challenge, but more challenges, but more think about it in a slightly more positive sense, and as some of the elements and some of the things we've had to consider in terms of implementing the changes, and rather than thinking of the implementation of the standards as a challenge, actually think about what we can do in a positive sense, because I believe the changes that were made to the standards are really positive, and again are part of that developmental process in terms of the qualifications. It's also maybe worth highlighting that at ACCA we have a very detailed mapping that we use on a regular basis for just showing where we meet the individual requirements, the detailed requirements of the IESs. And we find that to be incredibly helpful when there are any changes proposed to the standards, because we've got almost in one place across the entirety of our qualification, a detailed mapping of where the individual requirements sit. And if there are changes being made, we can go in and we can look at the areas where it's most likely that we will need to make changes. It's not always the case that we need to make changes in the areas where we think, we most likely think that changes are required, because what we need to do is look at the changes across the qualification as a whole. And ensure that we've got the appropriate balance across the practical experience elements, across the examination and assessment elements, and also across the ethical elements as well. And I will talk about that in the coming slides. If I could move my slides on, that is. Oh, sorry, my screen seems to have jammed. Here we go. So, as I said, what we when we think about implementing changes, we think about it across all aspects of the qualification. So we don't just focus on the exams or syllabus. We look at it across what we refer to as the 3 E's: exams, ethics, and experience. And I will talk to you about some of the changes we've made across these areas. But I also thought it was helpful to highlight some of the general challenges that that don't relate to a single aspect. So they don't relate specifically to the exams or experience, but they're elements that we all need to be considering. And I thought it was worthwhile highlighting those to you as well, some of the considerations that we have. Also think that due to the length of time that it can take to implement changes in education requirements and education systems, it's incredibly important to emphasise that the work of implementing updated IES requirements doesn't start on the effective date of the standard being implemented. It starts way before that. It really starts at the point at which we first receive an exposure draft or a document for consultation from IFAC, where we would then look to see what changes are being proposed, and we would go back and we would review those against our qualification. So if I go on and talk in a little bit more detail about some of the general challenges. The first bullet there you will see is COVID. Now that's not something that we would normally expect to see as a bit of a challenge when we were looking to implement changes to any of the IESs, but certainly, as many of you are aware, well, not many of you, all of you are aware, the last few years with COVID have brought a number of challenges, particularly for bodies to ensure that they could continue to offer and deliver their examinations. And so many of the changes that were being made in relation to the revised IESs were being made against the backdrop of COVID, where the teams that were involved in the implementation of the detail of the IESs were also involved in ensuring that we could move our exams away from centre into remote invigilation, and also cope with teams cope with working at home during some of the lockdowns. And that did certainly bring some challenges. Also, I think important to highlight the financial impact of making changes to the standards, or making changes to the qualification that can arise from standards. We do need to ensure that we always have appropriate resource available and staff time available to make the updates. But also there can be on occasions the need to make updates to systems, perhaps make updates to documents, perhaps make updates to the mechanisms that are used in terms of the delivery of the assessments, or, for example, in terms of the delivery of the practical experience requirements. And so all of these need to be taken into consideration when we're looking at the changes that are required to the standards. From our perspective, and I think for many of you, it won't just be in relation to making changes to syllabus requirements within your qualification. The changes can be much broader than that. As indicated at the start of the presentation, scale and timing is something that is also really important and a big consideration for ACCA due to its size and due to the geographical spread of many of our future members and our students. And we therefore need to make sure that when we are planning changes and updates as a result of IESs, perhaps to the syllabus, perhaps to exam formats, etc., perhaps to exemption and accreditation criteria, that we need to be highlighting and flagging these as early as possible to make sure that all of the partners that we work closely with are aware of the potential for change and the impact that this can have. Also important to think about really how the changes that come from the IESs will perhaps impact on marketing collateral, information on websites. Now that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the changes, although significant in terms of the content of the qualification, might not actually feed through to website and marketing material. But I think it's really important that we always consider those to make sure that perhaps you heard Anne-Marie talk about the importance of ESG coming up, but also the importance of ICT, professional skepticism, and making sure that whilst we have those reflected in the qualification, making sure that that's also reflected in relation to the materials that we have on our website in terms of communicating to students is also very important. As you would expect, all professional bodies work very closely with their regulators, and we've always found it to be incredibly helpful to ensure that we do work closely with the regulators, and we flag up to them in advance any changes that we're going to end up making to the qualification, again, across either the syllabus, the exams, the ethics, or the experience elements. And we've certainly found that keeping them informed as to the nature of the changes and how we're responding to them is a very positive way of maintaining that relationship. It also emphasises to them, I think, the importance of the international education standards and the significance that ACC and other bodies give to those IES requirements. So I think that's a really helpful thing that all professional bodies should consider if it's relevant to them. Also, an important area when we are making changes either to our assessment formats or to our syllabus or practical experience requirements is consideration of the impact that this may have on our education recognition frameworks. The ACC qualification is recognised on a number of those frameworks and in different jurisdictions. And again, when we see that we have any changes that are due to be made to the qualification, we always ensure that we have reviewed our education recognition framework and mapping requirements to ensure that any of the changes that we're making is not going to have a negative impact on our recognition. And we would certainly see that as an important step before we start to make changes to the qualification. Another element to really to highlight as part of the wider context of the IESs is thinking again in terms of the qualification in its entirety. And the impact of any of the changes is thinking, would this have an impact on any mutual recognition agreements? Is there anything in any of the work that we're doing with other organisations that might have an impact on those relationships arising from changes within the qualification? So although they perhaps at one level don't appear to go to the detail of the changes that are being made, we do think that considering these kinds of elements are important and actually really important first steps in relation to looking to make changes and implement the changes to the IESs, because many of these elements will actually help give an indication on the pace of change that's required and enable you to work through when certain changes need to be made, and also what the scale of the impact will be. So if we talk about some of the challenges or things to consider in relation to exams, as I said at the start, we did start making changes to the qualification, in particular our syllabus, prior to the revised international education standard changes being finalised, and we used the published details of the proposed changes as part of our, I suppose, part of our process in relation to reviewing and updating our syllabus. Now, we do take the approach that we review and update our syllabuses on an annual basis, and we do always try to ensure that we're taking account of regulator feedback, any proposed changes in relation to the international education standards, but also any market data that we have and intelligence about what employers are looking for in the qualification. And that approach, where we consider the market data, regulatory feedback, but also the IESs together, is normally very much aligned. And just because we're all working in the same direction, and we're pretty much always looking at the same market data, and that means that we're very much coordinated in terms of the changes that we make, particularly in relation to the syllabus. Now, when we're making changes to the syllabus, that obviously drives the content in relation to the content that we publish, But obviously the syllabus is essential in terms of dictating the level and the depth of assessment. And so when we're reviewing and updating the syllabus, we're also considering that the impact of the changes will have in relation to either assessment formats or the type of approach that we're using for assessment, again, to make sure that we're demonstrating that we meet the IES requirements. We did make a number of changes in relation to some of the changes that came through from the most recent IES changes. We made sure that we had the appropriate emphasis on ICT, and at the first level of our qualification applied knowledge, we actually I felt it was important to change the name of one of our modules, one of our exams, from Accountant and Business to Business and Technology, to really demonstrate the emphasis of the increased emphasis on technology and ICT within the qualification. We also looked across the totality of the exams within the qualification, and we made changes to our performance, some changes within our performance management syllabus, our audit and assurance syllabus, our strategic business leader syllabus, and we also made changes in 2 others of our strategic professional papers, advanced performance management and advanced audit and assurance. Now, not all of those changes were large changes. In some cases, it was just a slight change in emphasis of the wording, but we did go back to make sure, refer back to the IES requirements to ensure that we were taking on board the changes that were being proposed as part of the change in requirements. We also, because of the importance of ICT skills, we didn't just change the learning outcomes in relation to the technical content, we also did a sense check against our employability and technology skills that sit within each of the syllabus documents for all of our applied skills and strategic professional exams. Again, really just to ensure that we did have the appropriate emphasis on ICT within the qualification. And again, we look to see the technology that the students are using in the exam. All of our students use computer-based assessments, and we reviewed the spreadsheet and word processing software that we're using to ensure that these are reflective of the requirements within the IESs. Now, that's the information about the syllabus updates and what we would look at there. But again, and I think that was one of the questions from the previous session, we've really got to think that we don't deliver or offer our qualification in isolation. There are many different stakeholder groups that are involved, and we've got to think about the impact on course providers, universities, the impact on students, and training for staff. And so we've got to think about the dates at which we implement the changes, both in terms of the content, but also in terms of the assessments that we're undertaking, and ensure that we give appropriate notice to our learning providers, but also for our students who perhaps are either resitting exams or are perhaps choosing to study their particular exams across a number of years, and making sure that we have highlighted to them the impact of the changes, flagging up to them the syllabus, the changes in syllabus is also incredibly important. And I think it's also important that we consider when we're making any changes to the qualification, that we've also got to think about the impact on our own staff, and make sure that if we're making significant changes that we're making our staff aware of these, so that they then, as part of their normal role and remit, can ensure that they are undertaking the appropriate work that is required. For example, if they need to prepare additional materials to make them available to students, if they need to brief learning providers, if they need to brief employers, and if they need to brief the internal examining teams as well, to make sure that everybody is aware of the changes and the impact that these might have on the roles of these individuals. If we move on then to ethics, within the ACC qualification, we have a standalone ethics and professional skills module, and we, along with the detailed syllabus for the exams and practical experience, we obviously review and update our ethics and professional skills module on a regular basis. And we were pleased to see when we reviewed EPSM, as we refer to it, that actually we were already covering many of the elements that were being highlighted in the revised IESs. But what we always need to make sure that we're doing is that when we are making introductions or making changes across the qualification, that we get balance across all elements of the qualification, that we don't put the same changes in more than one element if it's not required. It's looking to see where the change is required and what's the most appropriate element of the qualification to ensure that the IES requirements are being made. And again, we would follow the same approach as we do with our exams component. We would be looking at the learning outcomes that exist within the ethics and professional skills module, and we also look at the assessment criteria as well to ensure that when we've made changes to the learning outcomes, that the assessment format is reflective of the changes that we've made. One of the big challenges in relation to professional skepticism and judgment is how do we assess it in a meaningful way and ensure that it hits the mark in relation to what is required. And when we were looking at both our ethics components, but also our exam format, that was the area that we had a real focus on, to ensure that actually although when we were introducing professional skepticism, we were introducing it in the most appropriate way, and that it was meaningful and relevant to the environments that our students are working in. And again, I think when we're thinking about making changes to the qualifications to reflect change in the IESs, I think that's something that's really important. It's ensuring that when we're making the changes, we make them in the most meaningful and relevant way, and that we ensure that they are authentic and that they are preparing students to be work ready when they're working with employers. And it's a big consideration in terms of ensuring that the qualification remains relevant. We certainly I've always believed that the experience component of the qualification is as important as the ethics and the elements element of the qualification. To become an ACCA member, it's not just about completing the assessments, the exams and assessments. It's also about completing the practical experience requirements. And we again went back and we looked at the detail of our performance objectives in relation to the changes that were being proposed in IES 2, 3 and 4. And we took a very similar approach as we had with the exams elements in relation to making some early changes when the draft IES requirements came out. So we first started making changes around about 2017, because again, we know the timescales that are required to bring some of the changes in. And if we're also changing some of the requirements for students as they're working partway through their qualification, it's important for them to be aware of what those changes are, to ensure that they have the requisite breadth of experience. We also took the opportunity when we were updating our performance objectives that the students have to achieve, to think about the training of the workplace supervisors as well, to make sure that they were clear what we were looking for in relation to these performance objectives, to make sure that they were clear on what it meant for a student to satisfy the performance objectives and be able to demonstrate that they had achieved these. And knowing that the workplace supervisors are aware of the changes, it's also relates back to the training element for staff, for learning providers, and also students, to make sure that they're all aware of the changes and that they have the necessary support in place. And that can involve preparing webinars, it can involve preparing frequently asked questions, it can involve preparing guidance documents, or even just preparing updated training and guidance materials that can be issued either to the students, the workplace supervisors. Again, what we are trying to ensure is that the professional skepticism can be demonstrated in a meaningful way through the practical experience that the students are obtaining. And so we spent a good deal of time considering the drafting of the performance objectives, and then sense checking that with some of our employers, with some of our workplace supervisors, to make sure that it was reflective, not just of the IES, but was also reflective of the skills and experience that they were looking for their students to gain as part of their qualification requirements. I would say that in a similar way to us updating the syllabus on an annual basis, we do regularly review and update our performance objectives as well. And we're in the process of reviewing and updating our performance objectives again for release at some point in 2023. The challenges, I suppose, if we think about it in that respect in relation to experience, were probably less so in relation to ICT, because we did have a number of performance objectives that reflected the analysis of data. But what, again, our focus was making sure that the wording of the performance objectives was clear and linked back clearly to the changes that were being proposed as the new IES requirements. And that takes me to the end of the presentation. I'd just like to thank you for your time, and if you've got any questions when we get to the question and answer session, I'm certainly more than happy to be involved in answering any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, for a very interesting presentation. I think the participants will come with questions during the question and answer session. I know that during the virtual webinars, participants are usually shy to ask questions, but hopefully they have questions, and most of them, I think, are answered. So I would like to ask Natalia to continue to start her presentation before we answer questions that we can receive.
Good afternoon, everybody. You can hear me, right? Доброго дня, шановні колеги. I will switch to English, but I just wanted to say in Ukrainian, as I counted almost 17 Ukrainians at this webinar, so I just wanted to greet them and wish us to win this horrible war as soon as we want to. As challenges are not applicable to Ukrainians no longer, as we know what real challenge is. So today I will be representing SEMA part of implementation of international education standards by IFAC. I'm Natalia Vovchuk, head of Southeast Europe, including Ukraine. That's the geography we are applying now. So, and for those of professional bodies that didn't have a chance to cooperate as yet with us, now American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, we are now united by Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, which is ACPA and SEMA. Therefore, this global statistics means it's a united numbers, it's a united statistics, which is a challenge of implementation, as you may consider number of jurisdictions we are covering. That's the visualization of the data, 192 countries. And to clarify our status with the IFAC, I just wanted to point out that if you will be checking the websites of IFAC, you will see us as ACPA and as CIMA. And for each jurisdiction, we are having compliance according to the membership obligations. So therefore, for those of you who are particularly interested how things are implemented in other than education standards, you can also have a look through the IFAC websites. This is the screen I'm sharing to demonstrate that the information will be there on behalf of AACPA and CIMA. In today's presentation, what I really want to demonstrate, I will be touching more on a syllabus side in a greater details. Not because this is the only area we are implementing standards, but for majority stakeholders, it's kind of the most labor-consuming, time-consuming, and finance-consuming area. It's the hardest part. It's difficult to understand, and I wanted to demonstrate what was changed, how we are changing, what's new, and how that is covered. It doesn't mean that I will not cover other areas, but this I will go into better details. And to do that, I want to assure all of you that before we are making any changes, even the minor change, it's always done based on specifically prepared methodology and the special research, very rigorous, that covered, the last one was done that covered all continents. It was the different group of stakeholders were consulted. It was done for the first time for the CIMA history. We've done that for in Ukraine as well. So we are adding jurisdictions. We are interviewing members, not obligatory in the big countries, but in the countries that were never interviewed before. I can guarantee you I was involved in the membership interview, in the members interviewing in Ukraine. So it was the first experience for Ukrainian members. So based on that research, there were, of course, many different outcomes of the research that were touching the reasoning and the necessity for their syllabus changes for the professional qualification. We have published 4 different part of research, and we touched on different aspects. So if you are interested, I can send I can share the link to every part of the research. And the quintessential outcome was materialized in the digital skills examination as a core part of every block of the professional qualification design. So it doesn't mean that digital skills replaced ethics. We used to have graphic when we had ethics as a core. It's still the core, but we never ever had digital skills as a core competence touching upon every block. So, so this digital skill set was added on top of technical, business, people, and leadership that we traditionally, by traditionally, I mean the latest, of course, professional qualification developments. It was added. Now I will go through a few slides quickly, not because I'm skipping them, but because they are very detailed. This is the massively detailed information. I just want to tell you and to prove that in every level, we have foundational, intermediate, advanced, and expert how to say it? It's like the deepness of implementation. So that goes for the technical skills as well as to the digital skills. And digital skills, the syllabus was mapped also at the same level of deepness: foundation, now intermediate, advanced, and expert. In the digital skills, if you will be interested in the aspects of the skills or what kind of skills we are checking, then you can see on the left side of the screen the digital skills that includes information digital literacy, content creation, problem solving, data strategy, planning, data analytics, data visualization. Interestingly enough, we had very many questions around data visualization when we were interviewing students and members for the new syllabus changes, as it was considered that it's not very important, or maybe it's not that important. But after all, the statistical information proved that we should include that component as well. It's just an illustrative example for you to know that we were considering every part very carefully. Here you can see, talking about digital visualization, again, as an example of one skill that it's checked differently at every level: foundational, intermediate, advanced, and expert. And for example, you can see that at foundation level, you apply something standard, existing data, but you already apply it, right? If you go up, intermediate, advanced, and expert level, as a radically high level, you see that we expect even creation of interactive dashboards and multiply different techniques working with the data visualization. So it has to be, we expect students to define best visualization solution for the specific business issues. So this example shows you how far we went with the specification, the expectation of the applied knowledge. That's how finance professional now is living, is like acting quickly on every financial problem goes his or her way. And the new way is, of course, learn, unlearn, and relearn. If the yesterday slogan was continue learning and learning and learning, now the new concept is finance professional need to know how to unlearn. And this is also a key skill to have, that finance professional have to be so flexible in the mindset that he or she has to admit that something is no longer applicable, which is unlearn and relearn new. This is one of my favorite visualization, talking about visual data. Sorry, back to this, because this shape represent our graphic understanding how the new finance function will look like. And according to this graphic, we are designing our syllabus. And it's no longer a pyramid when we had a finance top CFOs on the very top and the technical staff at the very bottom, like, I don't know, pyramid of Maslow, for example. I don't know, like classic pyramid. It's no longer pyramid. We can call it anyhow. It could be called, I don't know, we could call it geometrically right, like a hexagon or something like that. But it's no longer the clear top. It's rather a special level of competencies and special level of the finance function that we expect financial profession to operate and to represent. The CIMA syllabus, it's the classic matrix, let's call it so, and it's designed as a pillar, E, P, and F. E goes for enterprise, P for performance, and F for the financial reporting. And with the implementation of the new international education standards, we not only made the changes in the content, we also changed some modules title, like for example, E1 was completely rewarded to managing finance in digital world. And you all will receive our slides where you will see which particularly topics were replaced or changed dramatically. This slide from green not touched to the red mostly changed. You will see the changes that we applied, and managing finance in the digital world was almost 80% changed in the syllabus. The most conservative, we keep financial reporting, meaning that minimal change applied. And for the performance management data analytics, it was approximately up to 45% changes. So these slides that you will also receive as a part of participating in today's workshop webinar, you will also see what's completely eliminated from the syllabus, and it will go for every pillar and every module. So you can apply that, why we decided to keep it in the presentation, as for those of you who are our partners and who are our stakeholders, we want to disclose what was done to help you consider what you could apply for your syllabuses or for your practice. Okay, so these slides, what illustrates these slides? That not only syllabus of the professional qualification is under changes, under constant changes, we also have a huge portfolio of continuous professional development trainings and different topics, absolutely different. On this slide, you will see only probably 1/20 of the huge portfolio of topics, but I specifically choose these trainings to underline that we do have trainings as a certificate program, products that available not only for CIMA, not only for AACPA, but for our broader range of the clients, our partners, our collaborators, the channel partners. In Ukraine, for example, we have 3 channel partners for these products. In other countries, we are developing this partnership. Talking about other specific help that in place by now, and by in place, I mean we already have results, that not only websites, resources that are available and almost everything is free, so you can download, you can use, you can ask us for consulting, but also to provide you with a real example for the universities collaboration. At the moment, we have 500 Ukrainian students playing ESG business game. I'm myself coordinating this project. We have 15 universities from Ukraine participating. We have by now achieved 500 students who took part and who successfully tested on ESG skills, ESG knowledge, and that's something to prove that we are open for cooperation, and not only we are declaring that, but we are having results. By now, this is my email. So happy to answer questions, happy to stay in touch. And thank you for the STAREP PULSAR project to host us today.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you very much for interesting presentations. I think with your permission and with the permission of other presenters, we will post those on our CFRR website so that colleagues, participants have access to it. And we would like to start the question and answer session. I don't see still participants are very shy, so I will ask you two questions from my side. The first is relating to most challenging aspects of the implementation of those changes. And indeed, as we discussed in the first part of the webinar, this relates to resources and some ways to mitigate those limitations are learning from other PAOs. And the World Bank itself facilitates such learning. And as an example is today's webinar, when ACCA, CIMA, IFAC, and World Bank are jointly delivering this knowledge to partner PAOs and universities. And we just to know that we already last year translated the International Education Standards 2019 edition into Russian for those beneficiaries that are Russian speaking. And those are posted on the CFRR website as well as on IFAC website. With this regard, my question is, what else can we do, particularly ACCA, CIMA, whether there are any more opportunities to help universities, to help regional PAOs, partner PAOs, and whether you have more resources. This can be in terms of access to learning materials, particularly for trainers, and perhaps access to past exam banks, which is a critical part of success with implementation of EIS. I know that some are open to be used, but still may require some permission. If you can shortly elaborate on other opportunities. This is my first question. And second question, Natalia, already described shortly. This is very interesting, at least for me, this ESG business games. And my question was, we have heard the IFAC forward-looking perspective on the impact of sustainability ESG reporting to the accounting education. And I was going to ask any steps already taken by you, by ACCA, to shape the syllabus, the learning materials. And I heard that this ESG business game is already in place. But if you can elaborate a little bit more on this, this would be also useful. Thank you.
I will quickly, very laconically answer what is the major challenge. The major challenge, if in one word, is inertia. It's tremendous inertia even for CIMA, being pioneering body in many cases, but it's you cannot be against the law of philosophy or physics, you know, inertia. Even with the massive knowledge, to train immediately our staff, what's changed, to immediately announce to stakeholders. It's such an effort. And we are all are talking about highly complicated products because it can't be described in one word. Even me having the PhD and all these kind of things, I cannot describe it shortly. You know, you saw all these massive slides and everything. It's already extracted from what we want to articulate. It's very hard. So what I see as a solution, it has to be quick tools like with this ESG game. It's already a tool with easy interface, with easy, understandable, digestible rules that we are giving to the partners to try. And once they tried, they got it. And we are allowing them to include that into classes, into syllabus. Because on ESG, there are many materials, many publications, but for the audience, you need to give something very applicable. This is first part, what we are doing, tool. Secondly, we are doing a massive schedule, I'm saying it's almost every 2 weeks. We are having a faculty hour where we invite our trainers for the training, which is another piece of work because you need to call everybody, you know, every day, reminding, finding time, pushing, and so on. So in one word, it's inertia, it's hard. The answer to that is the coordination, and I would even say simple solutions. Simplicity is now the key. If cash is a king, simplicity is a queen. That's my answer.
Thank you. I hope our participants will have an opportunity to try that ESG game. Over to you, Anne.
Great, thank you. I think one of the big challenges is as Natalia was saying, is complexity and the time it takes. We all know, all of us that are involved in education know the time scales that we have to work through. So in my presentation, I think I was trying to highlight that, you know, planning ahead is really important. Being aware of the changes that are coming and engaging with the changes that are coming as early as possible, I think is one of the is a really important aspect in terms of making sure that changes can be addressed and that they can be implemented in the right way. I think as well, early engagement means that bodies, tutors, universities, etc., have the opportunity to read around the subject as well, and to then enable them to take the action that they need. I think one of the other aspects is regular review and update of syllabus, regular review and update of practical experience requirements, getting into the cycle of doing that, engaging with local stakeholders, engaging with the market, engaging with regulators to be aware of trends, what the employers are looking for in relevant qualifications. I think all of that is really important, rather than waiting to make a change to a syllabus once every 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I think the pace of change these days is so fast that we have to be making we have to be reviewing and making regular updates. So I think probably similar to Natalia, sitting back and waiting to the last minute isn't an option. Early engagement, I think, is really important, and giving people the opportunity to think through, and also then to make some of the other changes that I was highlighting, and consider some of the different aspects. Do you need to make changes to your systems? What training do you need to do? Do you need to speak to your regulators? Is it going to impact on your employers? How does it impact on your university partners? How does it impact on your training providers? Thinking through all of that. And I think if you do that once, you can then have a process that you can then refine. And I think approaching it in changes in a structured way is very important and very helpful. And in terms of resources, certainly ACC has versions of its exams publicly available. We've got details of all of our syllabus and study guides, etc., on the website that they're open for everybody to see. We publish a lot of research on a whole range of topics, and again, it's publicly available. So I think there's an awful lot of resources out there. And I would echo what was said at the earlier presentation. There are a wealth of resources on the IFAC website, and the World Bank also obviously has a lot of resources as well. And again, engaging with those, I think is a really important aspect, because it's not that there's not resources out there. I think sometimes it's that people aren't as willing to engage with them as they could be. And I think encouraging people to make use of these resources is really important.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Anne, for an interesting session. And we appreciate very much your contribution as ACC, as CIMA, in capacity building of the profession in our region. I would like now to ask Marina to start the presentation, since we have a relatively short time until the end. Please go ahead. Thank you.
On behalf of GFPAEA, I am pleased to welcome you, share our experience, and give a presentation on the following topic: compliance of professional education system with international standards of education of professional accountants. Few words about GFPAEA. Our organization was established in 1998. It is a membership-based professional organization that operates through its head office, regional and district branches. The goal of GFPAEA is to support business development by promoting improvement of the investment business environment, which includes creating a favorable environment for the implementation of international accounting and auditing best practices in private sectors in Georgia, achieving highly qualified auditors and business accountants to provide service to the public. The main directions of GFPAEA activities are informing professionals on the latest development in the standards and on the challenges and opportunities of implementation of the changes in standards. Informing professionals on the other recent related developments, including the evolution of the standards to transition to the international panel on accountancy education, identifying gaps and introducing improvements on the curricula of leading universities. Establishing international practice in the field of accounting and auditing, actively participating in reforms and lobby for the legal framework governing the profession, advising the members of the organization, professional education and certification, raising the quality of qualifications and services, and protecting their interests. Highest governing body of GFPAEA is the General Meeting of Members. The policy and strategic action plan is determined by the GFPAEA board, which is managed and implemented by the Executive Directorate. The GFPAEA board is headed by a chairman. Activities are carried out through 7 regional branches throughout Georgia. According to the GFPAEA action plan, the work is carried out by GFPAEA committees: education, standards and practice, audit quality, taxation, membership, and ethics and disciplinary, which ensure meeting the requirements for vocational certification and CPD, compliance with the requirements of ethic code and quality control system by members of professional organizations, effectively managing effective management of economic and financial activities. Since 1999, GFPA has been recognized as an accredited professional organization and is involved in the regulation of profession in accordance with the law. Since 1998, GFPA has been working with the International Accounting Standards Board and has an exclusive right to translate IFRS into Georgian. Since 2000, GFPA has become a true member of IFAC. Since 2003, on the basis of ACCA program, professional certification has been provided. And since 2008, the GFPA Georgian Professional Certification Program has become accredited by ACCA. Until 2016, the accountancy profession in the private sector of Georgia was based on the principles of full self-regulation. The state did not take part in regulation. This function was transferred by law to an accredited professional organization, and GFPA, as member of IFAC, was recognized such organization. Since 2016, a new law of accounting, reporting, and auditing has been adopted. The accountancy profession is regulated by the Service for Accounting, Reporting, and Auditing Supervision, SARAS. Since 2016, the functions defined by the old legislation to accredited professional organization has been transferred to SARAS. SARAS is a public institution, part of the Ministry of Finance, and is responsible to the government and the Ministry of Finance of Georgia. SARAS sets the standards for professional certification. According to the standard of professional certification, the certification of accountants is allowed under the certification program and under the full certification program. The qualification of a personnel is confirmed in accordance with her professional certification. GFPA is recognized as a certifying professional body. GFPA conducts certification under the full certification program, 13 modules, and under the certification program, 4 modules. GFPA prepares and certifies professional accountants under the adapted ACCA program into Georgian. This program consists of 13 ACCA modules. A person who has passed all 13 certification exams will receive a certificate professional accountant. And a person who has passed 4 certification exams will receive a certificate certified accountant and can be an auditor after 3 years of practical experience. Nowadays, GFPA has 513 professional accountants. The program includes about 9,000 applicants. Professional training and certification based on ACCA are regulated by 2 organizations. They are GFPA and Institute of Professional Accountants. Both of them have their functions, and the functions of these organizations are given on slide number 11. Vocational certification is regulated by Committee of Education. So Committee of Education consists of several boards. They are Supervisory Board of Certification Examination, Examination Board, Supervisory Board of Certification Programs. Vocational certification is regulated by Committee of Education. So under Educational Committee, several boards exist. Supervisory Board of Certification Examination, Examination Board, Supervisory Board of Certification Programs, and Supervisory Board of Continuing Education. These boards have their functions. So I can read in details, or it is on slide number 12. Supervisory Board determines the examination policy, monitors exams, analyzes and makes recommendations for the development of this process. Examination board is absolutely independent part, and it manages the examination process. Supervisory board of certification programs works on program development, monitors the process of education at the institute, and the institute itself provides training under ACCA program into Georgian language. And the last, supervisory board of continuing education develops continuing education programs, leads the process of continuous education, monitors and evaluates the effectiveness of the program. Supervisory board of certification examination supervises examination process. As I have already mentioned, examination board is independent and it works with coordinator of exam tests, chief supervision, appraisers, and commission for consideration of claims and complaints. So coordinator of exam tests supervises the selection of test authors, prepares tests and transfers to the commission. Examination board works with chief supervision, as I've mentioned. Chief supervisor supervises the examination process and submits at the end of all examinations, examination papers and refers to the examination committee. Examination board codifies exam papers and sends them to appraisers. Appraisers evaluate examination papers, conduct a selective audit of examination papers, and returns at the end examination papers and reports to the examination board. Examination board publishes codified results on the GFPA website and at the same time accepts claims and complaints and sends them to commission for consideration of claims and complaints. This commission reviews and submits a report to the examination board. Finally, examination board submits a report on the examinations to the supervisory board, and supervisory board analyzes and makes recommendations to the development of this process. Recognition of professional certification process did not come immediately, but very quickly, especially in private business and soon in the public sector. According to ACCA-based Georgian professional certification program, retraining of personnel was carried out by the State Audit Service, Chamber of Control. State structures, ministries, departments, private businesses are happy to hire participants of the certification program. So approximately 90% of certification applicants, before finishing 5-6 modules, start working in their specialty and quite successfully. Few words about higher education in Georgia. Structure of the higher education institutions in Georgia is college, training university, university. Quality, level, and program compliance is determined by the Ministry of Education of Georgia through accreditation. The state recognizes only those diplomas that are issued by an accredited institutions of higher education. The system of higher education in Georgia consists of 3 levels: bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctorate. By law, higher education institutions have the right to apply to SARAS for recognition of their programs. Examiners must exempt certain subjects in recognized programs. Curricula of Georgian higher education institutions are not yet recognized by SARAS, while GFPA professional certification program based on ACCA is recognized by SARAS. The program is updated every 3 years. In our opinion, it is better for the profession to cooperate in the goals of higher education and certification through an agreement between institutions of higher education, GFPA certification program, and SARAS for the recognition of educational programs. The accounting academic programs of most universities at a fundamental level comply with international requirements. GFPA gives exemptions in 3 modules, but it continues to work actively with universities to ensure full compliance with all programs. For this purpose, in 2022, under the joint organization of GFPAA and the World Bank, important events were held, namely within the framework of the Joint Financial Inclusion and Accountability Project of the European Union and the World Bank. Memorandums of mutual cooperation were signed between GFPAA and 7 leading universities in the field of education and professional certification. According to the memorandum, students will be given full exemptions for the first and second level of the professional certification program after the universities meet the criteria necessary for the recognition of the subjects. The universities that have signed the memorandum were given free of charge educational literature for the modules of the GFPAA professional certification program. In July 2022, 46 lecturers of the universities that signed the memorandum were trained in the methodology of teaching the modules of the professional certification program. Certified accountants are required. Now a few words about CPD. Certified accountants are required to meet the requirements of continuing education and annually confirm their qualification. The period of validity of the professional certification is indefinite, provided that the certified professional accountants undergo continuing education in professional organization in accordance with the continuing education standards. A certified public accountant must complete a minimum 120 hours of continuing training over 3 consecutive calendar years. The standard requires 90 hours to be verifiable. By law, a continuing education program must be consistent with SARAs. Currently, there are 2 professional organizations in Georgia. To ensure the requirements of the regulations, the 2 organizations act in a coordinated manner. The topics of the programs are focused on the requirements of Georgian professionals. Training materials are compiled, and the lectures are given by the representatives of the Big 4 audit firms. Monitoring is carried out at a high level. Pooling of resources has greatly improved the quality of continuing education programs. GFPA continues its activities for compliance of professional education system with international standards of education of professional accountants. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Maria.
Try to be very shortly and very quickly.
Thank you very much. And despite the technical issue you had, you delivered.
My slides were not seen, yes?
Very interesting presentation. I would like to mention that Georgia is one of the successful examples of having recent significant improvements in accountancy profession in STAREP countries, and we are quite proud that we contributed also. Still a lot to be done, particularly on the level while you improving educational programs and learning materials, but still a lot to be done on a university level, as well as the consistency of those changes, keeping up to date those learning materials. There is a need to work on it as well, because currently all those supports are provided by donors, and this cannot be sustainable. Anyway, we are glad that our participants also had the opportunity to hear from you. I think there is a question or raised hand. Let me check. Svetlana Zubilevich.
Any certificate? It's not to. The question is not. It's not to.
No, no. I think one of participants raised hand, and we would like. Anara, can you give floor to the Svetlana if she wants to ask a question, or this was just an accident push of button?
Если возможно, я Марину спрошу по-русски, чтобы было быстрее. Насколько их удовлетворяет качество университетских курсов, которые они признают?
In terms of duration of courses and the quality of evaluation process, evaluation of skills and knowledge. Thank you.
As I have already mentioned, the quality of course is not satisfied, and we started working with universities in order, and we, as you have already mentioned, we gave all our training materials free of charge in order for them to start working on changing the curricula and the training materials, as well as examination processes. Of course, it is not satisfied. Up to date, we are giving only exemptions in 3 papers. As to the rest papers, we will start working with them, together with them, to make changes.
Thanks a lot.
And
Thanks a lot, Marina, because we have this very similar problems in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Эта проблема будет в любой.
This problem will be present in any former Soviet Union country.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Marina. If we don't have any more questions, I know that we can talk about this a lot, but we run out our time, and I would thank all participants or panelists for today's excellent presentations, and we will continue tomorrow, same time, 1 p.m. Central European time. So looking forward. Yes,
sorry, I'm sorry if my slides were not seen, but my slides, they were sent to you, and I hope.
Yes, Marina, we will post the slides on the CFRR.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. This is our second day of this workshop on international education standards. And today we have a full day. Yesterday was a very interesting day. And today we have also a very interesting couple of sessions. We are starting with the first session, and I will give the floor to Natalia to moderate.
So today we have another exciting topics to focus on and honorable speakers who will present on them. And in the first session today, we will learn about transition to the new model of the accounting education implemented at the IFEC, including for one of the architects of the changes. And in the second part of today's event, we will focus on hot topics, challenges, and opportunities relating to the new international education standards implementation. So let me start the first session and represent the first speaker, Helen Partridge. Helen is Director of the Accountancy Education at IFEC, and she leads the accountancy education work at IFEC, providing guidance and leadership to advancing accountancy education globally on IFEC's behalf. And this work is being done in coordination with the International Panel of Accountancy on Accountancy Education, which is a new model of accountancy education in IFEC. And this work is well grounded on her previous practical experience, accounting 16 years in accounting, advisory, and audit systems designed in the United States and Asia Pacific. So today we will have a good chance to hear about plans, upcoming and expected developments in accounting education worldwide, first-handed. Helen, over to you.
Thanks so much, Natalia. And I will just share my screen, if I may. There we go. So again, thank you so much for having me. It's truly a privilege to be able to speak to you all. It's amazing how much this virtual world that we've landed in because of COVID has really opened up the possibilities of engaging with professional accountants around the world. So yesterday you spoke to a couple of my colleagues, Sarah Gagnon, who leads a lot of the Q&D, as well as the chair of the International Panel of Accountancy Education, Anne-Marie Vital, who is really one of my guiding stars, I would say, in this world. Today, I want to talk a bit about some of the transition and the evolution of the model that's been ongoing now for 3 to 4 years. And in addition, one of my panel members, my colleague Thorben Ehrlich, has joined as well to talk about some of the aspects from his lens. There's one thing I need to clarify, and it came up yesterday as well. The IAESB has not become the IPAE, right? The International Panel of Education. The board, the standard setting board that existed, those standards now exist under the IFAC world, right? So the International Panel of Accountancy Education is a piece of the new model, but it is not the only piece. And I'll explain more why that's important as we go through this morning. So I'm going to play a quick video for you, which has been around for a few years now, but it really lays out some of the simple aspects of this transition.
As a global representative of the accountancy profession, IFAC has a vision that the profession be recognized as essential to strong and sustainable organizations, financial markets, and international economies. Toward this vision, IFAC assists professional accountancy organizations and other key stakeholders in creating future-ready professional accountants who are committed to lifelong learning. That is why IFAC developed a comprehensive and integrated approach to advancing accountancy education at the global level. This approach is designed to be relevant, responsive, effective, and open. How? It harnesses IFAC's comparative advantages: natural facilitator, trusted intermediary, global knowledge-sharing platform, and influential voice to respond to challenges and opportunities in an agile, effective, and efficient manner. It benefits from the advice, access to resources and knowledge, and advocacy provided by an international panel on accountancy education. It draws on the output of a multi-stakeholder engagement framework. It optimizes the use of resources and knowledge across all IFAC activities. And very importantly, it leverages the resources and knowledge of IFAC member organizations and others. These different perspectives and wealth of resources enable IFAC to deliver a wide range of services to advance accountancy education, maintaining and promoting the adoption of the international education standards, supporting their implementation, building capacity, providing thought leadership, commissioning research, advocating for quality accountancy education, and engaging with a wide range of stakeholders. These services build on the high-quality work of the International Accounting Education Standards Board, which made a significant contribution to the accountancy profession by developing the international education standards and shaping the direction of quality accountancy education. How does IFAC advance accountancy education at the global level? This key component of the IFAC strategy draws on the outputs of a multi-stakeholder engagement framework, online surveys and discussion, International Forum for Key Accountancy Education Stakeholders, International Forum for Accountancy Education Directors from professional accountancy organizations and firms, and advice from the International Panel on Accountancy Education that is representative of key stakeholders and the major regions of the world. This IFAC Board and Council approved strategy is implemented by staff, overseen by the CEO, who reports to the board, which in turn oversees the execution of this strategy and reports back to the council. Services rendered under the strategy are available on the IFAC website in an easy-to-access format, providing a valuable one-stop resource of knowledge for professional accountancy organizations and other stakeholders. IFAC's approach to advancing accountancy education at the global level is responsive, agile, effective, and efficient, and best of all, aims to equip professional accountancy organizations and other stakeholders to facilitate quality education for professional accountants and make them ready for the future.
So as you can see, and I always want to be that guy with the rocket pack at the end there, but the intention of this transition was to allow for a much more agile approach to accounting education. If I think about the education standards, and we've only got 8, right? It's not like we've got hundreds of these, but they're more pervasive. That the breadth of the standards covers and impacts more professional accountants than many other sets of standards. And so there's really this need to understand what that foundational need of the accountants are. And we do that through the PAOs, through the education directors, to hear that voice. And frequently we find that another standard is not the answer. Sometimes it's advocacy, sometimes it's a conversation or workshops to help understand the impact of those standards. So the vision of the model was really to provide that attractiveness of the diversity of individuals that we can address, meet the needs of the public and the private sector, and then also just to maintain that sustainable, the reputation that we have as a profession. So just to reiterate some of the pieces you heard on the video there, it's intended to be a comprehensive integrated approach. By taking the board versus the staff away and integrating the standards with the advocacy, with the thought leadership, we're allowed to really play on the different pieces of the approach. And it's, again, designed to be more relevant and responsive in that respect. The key elements or the key pieces of the model, as you saw in that funnel, were the key accounting stakeholders, academics, students, every accountant around the world, really, the education directors, and then the IPAE, again, is probably my key element to this, because I talk to them so often and there's such a breadth of experience within that panel. Excuse me. And then the multi-stakeholder engagement framework, again, is intended to really inform whether the standards remain fit for purpose. It's with this sort of model, it's not a best practice really to rely on a small group of individuals to figure out what the fit for purpose means to the standards. And so being able to have touch points around the world and with such a diverse range of stakeholders was really a fundamental aspect to the for maintaining the standards. I will say that also the model that's been proposed, that has now been implemented and continues to evolve, has been recognized by the OECD as a best practice. So that was also an exciting, kind of a real check that we are doing the right thing here by moving this from the board to the IFAC accounting educational model. So let me talk a bit more about each of those 3 pieces that you saw again in the funnel. If I can get my slide to move. So the first one is really the key accounting stakeholders. So to me, this was some of the academics, the students that are impacted by the profession. It's every existing professional accountant that we have out there. It's not always possible to talk to the 3.5 million accountants that we have, right, in the profession globally, but at the same time, I had to do my best to try and hear their voice on a fairly substantive basis. So one element that we had when the transition first started was a forum for key accounting stakeholders. And it was intended to be an in-person meeting for probably about 200 people. But then, as we all know, COVID happened and the world went virtual. So we took that forum online. And when you go online, well, the possibilities become a bit more limitless, right? We're able to now take that summit, that forum, to many more people. So our summit, I think, was two, maybe 3 weeks ago at this point. We focused on technology, and I was excited to have 6,500 people registered. I think we've had 1,500 people actually attend, and more are asking for the recordings. Again, we're hearing their voices because we're now able to bring in elements of engagement. We're able to ask questions around what are you missing? Some of the work we're doing outside of just the standards is how do we advocate and for the profession? How do we bring more people into the profession? Sometimes the education standards are a barrier to that. So how do we overcome that? So asking these questions, we're starting to hear a much broader voice. In addition, we're working now to stand up some of the roundtables or engagement touch points with academics, with students. the education standards obviously don't impact every student globally, but finding ways to make it so that we're not known as bean counters, we're not known as like number crunchers, we're able to do so much more. So finding those stakeholders that we can talk to about the education and raising awareness of the education standards, which are the foundation, as you saw from Sarah's presentation yesterday, the foundation to so many accountants, every accountant really. So the next down in the funnel was the education directors of PAOs and firms. So these are really a source for the IPAE and a support for IFAC staff, but they draw on some of the conversations that happened in the key accounting stakeholders. They're the ones that are really working to find ways to implement the education standards, thinking about revisions and what does it mean to the assessment program or to their connections with the universities or to the CPD program. So having them be able to hear the voice of the profession globally, to reflect on what it means to their own programs, and then really advise the IPAE and advise IFAC whether the standards need a tweak, whether they need some consideration. It's again, a key piece of the process. Because again, they're going to be the ones implementing any revisions we put in place. So being aware of what's coming before we get to a point of an exposure draft, I think is very beneficial to the progress of accounting education globally. Also, as you say here, I look to them also to help contribute to the best practice, to shared resources. Because I'm a team of, I think, one, maybe 1.5 if I bring in another staff to help me, but I can't solve all the problems that the accounting education and the professional accountants globally face. But with 180 PAOs and 60 firms, there's a possibility of a lot more collaboration, sharing of best practices that can then elevate the work globally. So how do we engage with the education directors? At the global level, we started off with a forum. Once a year, was in February, to really bring together the directors to say, where do we need to think the IESs might need to be considered? Are they still fit for purpose? But then we also discovered there was this real desire, again, as I say, for this best practice, this knowledge sharing. So we've also started standing up virtual knowledge sharing sessions quarterly on specific topics. The last one we had was on attractiveness of the profession, which again doesn't really lay into the IESs, other than the question is, are the IESs a barrier to the attractiveness? Are they creating a concern that people aren't able to qualify? Or are we not raising awareness throughout all the key accounting stakeholders? But that's a topic we're still dealing with, and a question to try and work through in 23. At the regional level, we started doing, again, some more of these virtual knowledge sharing sessions to really get to the jurisdictional problems. But also we held this conference to bring together and connect the PAOs, the academics, and in the region, the Middle East and North Africa region, they have that 3-party model where the PAO does not get to influence the academic curricula. A government authority typically does. So bringing together the 3 parties to start to solve for awareness raising of the IESs, attracting students, that was what was needed in the Middle East, North Africa region. And that was a pilot. We're continuing to expand where we go for these regional engagements. In addition, at the PAO level, so PAO to PAO or IFAC to PAO, we've been having a number of conversations, and I think Sarah mentioned them yesterday as well, with individual PAOs around the status of IES adoption, around the barriers. Where can IFAC take on board some of those challenges and say, can we have a global impact if we did these 3 initiatives? We can't always solve for every PAO individually, but we also have the ability to say, well, this PAO has fixed something or figured something out. Can we have them talk to PAO Y? So we've been able to do a number of that kind of facilitated PAO to PAO conversations. So then moving into the last piece of that funnel. So the IPAE, one of my favorite team of people, and they're so passionate. I love it. I never thought anyone could be quite as passionate about accountancy and education as I am, because I am a complete dork about this, but they pretty much get there. So the remit of the IPAE was to provide strategic advice, to facilitate access to expertise and resources, and to advocate for quality accountancy education and for the future-ready professionals. Those three remits are really what we focus on when we think about the work of the accountancy education team, when we think about how we bring together all these stakeholders. So again, I'm just going to go back to, they are not the board, they're not the standard setters, but they provide a significant amount of advice and access to what we need, what IFAC needs to think about for the standard setting. Just like if you're familiar with other standard setting boards, there's task forces or working groups. There will be working groups that figure out what the new standards might look like, or information gathering to determine if a revision is needed. And I would expect a number of those resources will come from IPA members and education directors, but the standard setter is actually IFAC. So the IPAE has 22 members. We're fully maxed out, which is always wonderful, because this, again, there's just so much energy and desire to enhance accounting education globally. And they're nominated from the IFAC members, so the PAOs, and from the Forum of Firms. I think I also have a number of academics in the mix. I think I even have one professional accountant in business. So that breadth of experience, the geographical diversity, is fantastic. It's a painful experience to try and negotiate a meeting time, but the actual conversation, it really gives me a lot of fruitful information. We also have a number of observers who, again, just finding the passion, they want to come and help. So we have a couple of observers from the World Bank, from some of the academic institutes that will also come and sit and contribute. And in addition, I've discovered that this team has a desire not just to advise, they actually want to execute. And especially executing in alignment with their own work has been a ways to really elevate everyone's impact to the profession. So we have 5 what we call innovation teams. We try not to use task forces because, again, we don't want to sound like a standard setting board, but they're finding innovative ways to try and tap into mechanisms really to highlight and elevate some of the standards and the advocacy work that we have. I think the innovation teams we have, one is on ESG, one is on whether the IES is fit for purpose. So they're kind of doing some of that maintenance. The standard setting board collaboration. So we do a lot of work with the ethics board, future of learning, which one Thorben is fantastic involved in, and also on public sector. So some of the accomplishments of the IPAE. So we've actually managed to increase the adoption of IES by over 2%. And I can actually attribute that because it was a result of the conversation on the barriers to the IESs. So if I just take a step back to that initiative that Sarah mentioned yesterday, when we were thinking earlier this year, why do we want to revise the IESs? And we kind of took a step back and said, well, we only have a 20% adoption rate. So if we revise an IES, it's really going to only truly impact 20% who are going to have to think about their full adoption to partial adoption. Others are still struggling with what we have currently. So let's do a program. Let's figure out what those barriers are to adopting the IES in that partially adopted bucket of PAOs. I would like to point out we are the smallest bucket for not adopted standards, if you looked at Sarah's slides yesterday. But we launched this conversation with I think 20 PAOs we've talked to date. And out of that conversation, the transparency around some of the standards and how to think of the standards in the jurisdiction, we were able to get 5 PAOs to a fully adopted status. So it's a direct attribution to the conversation the panel started to an increase in the adoption rates. We've also been publishing thought leadership pieces, some on connecting the standards, the education standards on professional skepticism with the ethics and the audit standards that came out roughly in the same time. Yesterday, I provided a link to the signposts for ESG materials. We talk about the pace of change in this area. It feels like we are building the bus while we're driving it, right? We're trying to get knowledge to the profession, at the same time trying to deliver services in ESG. So finding a way to accelerate the pace of knowledge acquisition was foundational to some of the work of the ESG innovation team. So we've gone to the number of PAOs to identify what's free, what's publicly available. So it's not just member available, and been able to signpost to that. We've done a number of presentations and workshops just like this. So Anne-Marie's come to a number of those with me, as well as Thorben's done a couple, I think, and a number of other IPA members. And then in addition, as part of the advice that the IPA offers, we often bring in experts to have a conversation about trends in the accounting, or maybe it's behavioral competencies, maybe it's technology. Augmented reality was a conversation, and it really informs some of the advice of the panel. But at the same time, we said, well, these presentations are wonderful, so we've been able to package up some of those presentations and provide them as content for PAOs to consider to leverage in their own work. So through all this outreach that we've been doing, and we've been making a very concerted effort over the past couple of years to rebuild up this network, so that when we get to the point of revising and initiating a project to consider revising the standards, we're able to tap into a broad network. And so when I looked at this year's touch points, all the countries in blue, or the jurisdictions in blue, are where we have touch points now. And that to me was fantastic, because I want to hear those voices. I want to hear where we can have the biggest impact, or if we're going to revise standard in a specific way, what does that mean? And hearing that voice before you get to an exposure draft is much more impactful to the process. So it was very important to me to be able to develop this sort of network. So what does 23-24 look like for the IESs? So a couple of things that we have going on right now that I expect to finalize in the next, over the next 2 years. So, excuse me. This whole transition from the standard setting board to the IFAC accounting education model obviously requires a redesign of the standard setting process, right? We're not an independent standard setting board, nor should we be. We have a much broader process for developing the exposure drafts, if there was to even be an exposure draft, plus all that information gathering activity you do to get to a point of completing a project becomes wonderful thought leadership and advocacy elements. So we've been thinking about what does that process look like, and we'll obviously take it to the IFAC board in the next few months. In addition, I think many of you may have heard about the e-tool, and the e-tool was a platform for us to advance the educate or make awareness of the education standards through an electronic platform. It allowed us to draw connections to some of the implementation guidance, some of the best practice sharing. So IFAC has also now evolved that into the EIS. So it's going to get really, these acronyms are killing me, but the E International Standards Platform. So the IAASB standards are in there, the Ethics Board standards and the IPSASB standards are in there. So my desire is really to maintain the legitimacy of the education standards by also getting them included in this platform. So I would envision at some point the e-tool will probably transition into the EIS. Yesterday, Anne-Marie mentioned some of the consideration for IES revisions, areas that might need some tweaking, new standards. I know John's advocating for a new standard, but what is the impact of sustainability, or ESG, in the existing standards? In addition, we're considering what's the impact to IES 6, which is the assessment standard. It's a standard that I think hasn't been revised since maybe 2015, or considered since 2015. But with all the advancements that COVID has brought us in technology, a number of institutes have had to think about remote invigilation or online examinations. So what does it mean to that assessment standard? And then lastly, as I mentioned, some of that that ongoing IES adoption or the awareness and the barriers to IES adoption, we're now moving into the Asia Pacific region, the Africa region, to find other areas, find other ways to help advance education in those spaces. So I think I've given you an awful lot of information, but again, thank you for having me. And that video I'll be happy to share. It's on YouTube, so I'm happy to share that as well after the session. Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Helen, for your very substantive presentation and for the video. And of course, if you share it with us, we can also put it on the website of the CFRR together with materials of this event, which are going to be accessible in 3 languages, but we're not going to translate the video, but all other materials will be translated and will be available together with recordings also in English and 3 languages as well. So thanks a lot. I hope you have a chance to stay with us till the end of this session, and we can ask participants to ask their questions to you if they have them at the end of the session. And also, I would like to ask all the participants that to ask questions, to put them in the Q&A section of in Zoom. And also, otherwise, at the end of the session, you may raise your hand in case you want to voice your questions in front of the speakers. There is such an option as well, if we have enough time for that. So now let me move to our next prominent speaker, Thorben Ehrlich. Thorben is a member of the International Panel on Accounting Education and one of its architects, actually. And also he is Audit and Assurance Practice Review Director in Deloitte in Germany. So his areas of functional specialization include professional experience in audit, advisory of international clients, complex corporate structures, with focus on proven expertise in IFRS, US GAAP, SOX 404, German commercial law, and consolidated group accounting. Also, he is a lecturer in the Accounting School Business Management, University of Münster, Ruhr University, Bochum, and Mercator Business School. So over to you, Thorben.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And you heard Helen before; she's very enthusiastic on accountancy education, and that's why I am in that panel as well, because I search for people who are such enthusiastic, and Helen is one of them. Leading us together with Anne-Marie to all these areas of accountancy education. So I would like to share a little bit of knowledge from my perspective, first of all, as the member of the panel. Helen mentioned before that I am in one of the innovation teams on future of learning. To give you a little bit practical examples, how that works, what is that knowledge sharing experience, which we always describe here. And I would like to give you, especially in this round, a little bit of perspective from a European country, because I'm not only representative of my firm, I'm also somehow representative of Germany as one of the European countries, which has a quite interesting landscape. And that's what I would like to start with. First of all, to give you an impression of how here in Germany the landscape on accountancy education is split. And I say split because it is very heterogeneous, so to say. It is very there are different stakeholders, more or less important ones. And when you ask that question for your country, especially how to embed international education standards, how to embed this accountancy education in your country, it's always interesting to see who are the important stakeholders, right? So first of all, Germany in itself has a representative of the entire profession of auditors, and also, by the way, of the entire profession of tax advisors, and also, by the way, of accountants. So a lot of representatives in our area here. So when we are talking about auditors and accountants. It is the German Wirtschaftsprüferkammer. It's a terrible long German word. Don't care for that, but it represents their professional interest towards the public and articulate these interests towards lawmakers as well and other authorities. It is worth mentioning that because that is our PAO. This Wirtschaftsprüferkammer, this PAO, has been responsible, for example, for our whole examination procedures since the beginning of the 2000s, 2004 to be exact here. They established a special unit dealing with examination for professional certified auditors, and this examination unit is totally adapting the international education standard on their program. We will come a little bit later on to that part again. So continuous professional development is especially done by this PAO here in Germany. This unit responsible for that examination acts autonomously, and there are regional offices supporting it. So it would be easy if it's only that PAO, right? But it's not so easy because there are other privately run organizations. A lot of them, I would say around 5 or 6 in Germany in total. But the most important is the Institute of Public Auditors in Germany, which has, it is the most important because a lot of people are part of that, and especially the representatives of the big, I would say, 20 firms here in Germany are represented by that EDW. So this organization is privately run, established to serve the interest of its members, the German public auditors. In addition to that representation on the private level of the profession, there are also several representations on a private level for tax advisors, for example. All these organizations are spread throughout Germany, and you see here the German map on the right side, and there are a lot of federal states in there. The federal states have somehow power around their members as well, so you have a lot of stakeholders to deal with. When we think about that landscape, then we not talk yet about the university education level. I will come later on in my presentation to that part, which is also very heterogeneous. But first of all, let me talk and segue from Helen's presentation on the value of the new panel, the panel on international panel on accountancy education, which I'm a member from the beginning on since I think 2020 at the moment. We started just before COVID times, and then we came to a very good interaction on the virtual environment as well, coming back to some live connections, but mainly virtual over the past years. And my second term is on right now, and my second term is lasting another 3 years. So the real value of this is to having the expertise of so many different people and stakeholders, people from PAOs all over the world, people from big firms, medium-sized firms, people from accountancy education on a private level organizations, people from universities, professors from Africa to Canada to Australia, and to have all this input at one table, or not at a table, in one Zoom meeting or in one Teams meeting, whatever you would like, is very valuable. You have so many different opinions that you can bring your own opinion in, but you learn a lot from other opinions here as well. And this slide is somehow a replique of what Helen presented a few minutes ago. The individuals provide very strategic advice, very deep knowledge of several things which are very important, facilitate access to resources which they might have in their organization and their firm. To give you a concrete example, within that Future of Learning Innovation team, we had one session on the future of learning technology, and one perhaps applicable learning technology in the future is augmented reality. I was deeply involved in that because we had in our learning and development space within my firm, we had a big program on augmented reality, embedding that on our international accountancy and audit education programs. And I put into that expert discussion representatives from my firm who are dealing with augmented reality. And having, first of all, that discussion on an IPAE level with experts is then spreading in the world, because professors, for example, here from my example from before, from Toronto and Africa, were so deeply interested that they made session at their own level with their students on augmented reality in the future and shared best practices how to embed. So this might be one concrete example of how this interaction is coming to life. When we look at the implementation then in our geography, and especially here in my country, in Germany, what I established to be always up to date and present, first of all, for the IPAE, but also to bring back the input from the IPAE to the country, is to have an established regular basis exchange with the board of the PAO and the board of the main stakeholder from a private level as well, to learn from that development. So I think that exchange of knowledge is very important. Conversations have to be done, and then you can start projects or dealing with several circumstances. So in Germany, when we talked about the international education standards, and when we asked the question, well, are the IES fit for purpose in Germany? I would first of all talk again about the examination and the CPD, so the continuous professional development. To be appointed as a certified auditor in Germany requires a successful completion of an examination. You can do that in the years after you study. You have to do practical work over 3 years, and then you can complete your final exam. So that is quite similar to other European countries, due to my knowledge. But what I would drill down to is that our PAO has concretized the content of the examination areas by breaking down the relevant topics to create a big transparency for the examination materials. And the basis for that are always the international education standards, and the rules and the purpose of the international education standards are embedded exactly in that breakdown of the examination relevant topics. So you can say, okay, when a PAO is doing something that might be interesting, but how do you spread it to your accountants in your country? This breakdown is understood to be the basis of every education body, education organization who is dealing with that continuous professional development. So especially there are private run organizations who are educating our people to become a certified auditor, and their basis is exactly that breakdown, which is based on the international education standards. So that is a benchmark which is really working well from that perspective on the CPE level. Let's talk a little bit later on the initial professional development space. That is something where the universities come into place. But first of all, IES fit for purpose in Germany, I would say, especially because of that structure here, that is really something which works in practice. I said, let's talk about the initial development program as well. And again, coming back to my landscape from the beginning of my presentation, also the university education is a very heterogeneous landscape. So we have universities, we have private business schools, we have so-called University of Applied Science. They offer a lot of accounting degree programs on the bachelor and on the master level, sometimes with other degrees, but mainly on the bachelor and master level, and that in a lot of federal states here in Germany. So these diverse programs do have a normally similar basic courses. So the basic accounting courses are pretty similar all over the world and all over Germany here as well. But then there is a high variety on the major subjects which you might select later on. The curricula of these universities and business schools and so on rely in many cases on the IES principles as well. So you can see that from what we do is having thought leadership discussions with professors from universities and business schools, around 30 to 40 professors coming together in once a year, together with the PAO and the private organization. And we do have discussions with them. Well, how do you build your curricula? And they say, well, first of all, we are building that according to our knowledge of the law and the current circumstances and so on. But always the answer is also that the international education standards are a big basis for that. Having said all that, it is something which I just wanted to share with you here in that round from a European country perspective. Happy to have a lot of discussions and questions around all the topics which we touch point. And thank you for your listening and participation.
Thank you so much, Sorben, for your very interesting presentation and for sharing your perspective from Germany. Dear participants, please raise your hands in case you want to ask your question to speakers, or otherwise you can post your question in our Q&A section. So far, I do not see any questions here. And while you are thinking or typing your questions, may I ask Helen regarding implementation of the international education standards. In your analysis of 2021, did you include amendments to the international education standards already implemented? And also, is there any regional dimensions on which standards are implemented more or less in some regions? And whether there any specific problem pertinent to specific regions, like especially we're talking about regions where our beneficiary country are located, like Central and Eastern Europe and Western Balkans countries. What are specific issues with implementations of some standards you observed when you did analysis of compliance with international education standards? If you can share this information with us. Thank you.
Certainly. Thanks, Natalia. So I'll take the second part of that question, if I may. We're still doing some of that analysis, honestly, and that's part of this initiative we have to understand the barriers to adoption. When we issued the standards in 2019 for ICT and for professional skepticism, and that was under the board structure. Those are the ones that became effective in 2021. You just see the number of partially adopted, right, start to increase, and the fully adopted starts to decrease, obviously, because every time you change the standards. But the conversations I've been having today, and I've got a lot more conversations to have, a lot of it depends on the level of influence a PAO has in the accountancy stakeholder kind of ecosystem, right? It depends on whether we have the ability to influence the academic curricula so that they are teaching the skills and competencies in IES 2, 3, and 4. Because then it's hard to then bring it into the qualification if they're not being taught. You think about if your students are not being taught anything in technology, then you start trying to test on it. Well, then your passing rates just aren't going to work, right? So that seems to be a big part of some of the issues we have. Another issue sometimes is around the CPD, so it's IES 7 in this case, where some institutes do not have a mandatory CPD program, and it's hard to shift the change for professional accountants in their jurisdiction. So trying to bring in a sudden a mandatory CPD program, they're like, why are we doing this? I'm not doing that. So then they leave. So you always have to have the regulation behind you. You have to be a professional accountant to practice in this jurisdiction, right? To then give the PAO the authority to say, you must have CPD, you must be following the code of ethics. So those seem to be the barriers. Now, what that means is this is huge connected network, and if I pull on any one string, something else might go. So I have to really think about the holistic aspect of the network, of the ecosystem, and bring everyone up at the same time. So that's what my map is. It gets me excited because it means I am starting to find the spider web. I hate to call it a spider web, but that web of needs, right? And how do we have the biggest impact on those needs? Did that answer the question, Natalia? Okay, great.
Thank you very much, Helen. Yes, you answered my question. And also another question is to Thorben. I understand that you have implemented the international education standards mostly, yeah? And what was the biggest challenge at different levels of education, initial and CPD? What standard was the most difficult in Germany to implement? What are the key issues that you challenges that you faced in the implementation process? And also, have you been already implemented the standard, the changes to the international education standards relating to, if you can a little bit elaborate on this, have you implemented ICT and professional skepticism aspects being just introduced? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, my answer would be similar to Helen's answer. First of all, when we differentiate between IDP and CDP as well, the initial part, the influence of the academic curriculum is the major challenge, was the major challenge in the past, I would say. So especially having a PAO in our country which is able to provide regulation and laws is easy for the CPD part, so to say, for the continuous professional development. But it is very difficult for the part of the academic world. And to embed, first of all, the connection between the PAO as the IFAC member and then the academic representatives and stakeholders. That was the most challenging part. A little bit in the past when I was not member of the IPAE because it doesn't exist at that point. But that is something which I always hear from the board of our PAO, from their experience. A key success was also the separation of having a unique and sole examination unit to be able to influence here laws and regulations, to really focus on professional development in the examination process for being a certified auditor. That was one of our, in my opinion, one of our key success factors in the past as well. To your second part of the question, how are changes on professional skepticism, recent changes embedded already? I think, unfortunately, sometimes the public and circumstances which happen in some jurisdictions put that on the table as well. So you have that Wirecard scandal in the past here in Germany, which is totally focusing on the audit profession, which is totally right, by the way, on the audit profession as well, and having these circumstances put it more into the academic world as well. But professional skepticism was in the past as well part of the curricula, and it was in the past a part of this breakdown which I described for the examinations as well. So I think the German country is focusing on that changes of IES. They are looking on what is IFAC is doing and then directly thinking about how could we implement that. Did we perhaps already implement it, or do we have a lag, and how could we fulfill that lag? So it's a little bit a very German structured way to think about what's happening in the world and then taking it and thinking about how to proceed it here as well.
Thank you very much, Thorben. Dear participants, do you have questions? We have raised.
Right.
Not hand raised. Okay. Helen, if I may, I also want to ask you again questions about amendments in the international education standards. Did IFAC already analyzed whether these amendments were how are they being implemented in different countries, and whether there are any like successful cases that may be flagged somehow or showcased to other countries from PAO and demonstrated by other PAOs? Because as we heard yesterday from leading global accountancy education providers, implementing especially ICT skills requirements in the international education standards are a little bit challenging even for them. So I'm sure you're monitoring how this is being implemented in different PAOs, in different countries, in different regions. In case you have some analysis materials or something like that, maybe you would like to share with us this information.
Thank you. So typically with what we call like a post-implementation review, we usually allow it just a couple of years beyond the effective date to see how it went. So if you think like the standards were issued in 2019, they were effective in 2021. So we're now just starting to think about kind of that post-implementation review. If I think through some of the larger PAOs, I can guarantee they had this nailed before the effective date, right? And you heard from AICPA CMA, you heard from ACCA yesterday. They've already taken these on board. But the knowledge exchange session that we'll hold in December 15th, part of that is almost the kickoff to the post-implementation review. So the summit three weeks ago was around technology. It was around, we're still facing this dilemma of seasoned professional accountants not taking on technology skills. So they just don't see that, they don't have the capacity, they don't see the need, they're not being pushed to do it, but we need it because we need to create capacity in the profession. We're being asked to do so much more. So we had the summit really designed to try and help accelerate that kind of knowledge shift, that change in mindset. At the same time, in December, we'll ask the PAOs to reflect on some of the concepts from the summit and think about the ICT changes that happened. We purposely, as Anne-Marie mentioned, designed those changes to be technology agnostic, because we knew that technology was going to keep changing and we just can't keep up, right? I can't be revising the standards every year and expect any PAO to stay fully adopted. That's not fair. And I know that the metaverse is coming, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, but that wasn't something that was contemplated when we were thinking about 2019 revisions. So that'll be one of the questions I'll ask them is, do you still feel that the technology agnostic approach to skills and competencies is correct? Or do we need to do more? So to answer your question, Natalia, I don't have anything yet. However, we're about to start something. And as Anne-Marie mentioned yesterday, happy to have anyone come and engage in those exchange sessions. They're virtual so that we can get more feedback. And we typically design it with a presentation and then a breakout session. So please be prepared to come in and like speak and participate, not just listen.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Oh, sorry, not Sarah, Helen. I was.
I'll take it as a compliment. Sarah's fantastic. I will take it as a compliment.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a question from Valentina Lehkan. This is Ukrainian Federation of Accountants and Auditors. And she thanks speakers. She said that all information provided and slides are very informative. And she asks whether is it possible to a little bit elaborate on the role of IT in education. Валентина, I will ask Валентина. Валентина Григорівна, якщо можете, ввімкніть мікрофон і задайте.
Valentina, if you can, could you turn on your microphone and clarify your question, please?
I will suggest to let Valentina, to give the floor to Valentina and suggest to ask her question maybe more specifically.
In the meantime, we can advance with the second question, maybe.
Yeah, and the second question from Hasmik Sahakyan. Dear Helen, please send us the link to your sources and how can we register to your open discussion?
Yes, if it's okay with you, Natalia and Jose, I'll send it to you and then you could send it out to the respective PAs. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much, Helen.
On the question about technology and education, I think actually Thorben would be fantastic at taking this. Like this guy does all sorts of stuff with amazing technology.
And I will answer that, but Valentina raised her hand and Valentina.
Я не знаю, слышно?
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Так, мы вас чуємо.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank the speakers. It was very interesting. Thorben, your presentation was very interesting when you mentioned augmented reality going forward. Not only African colleagues are interested, we're also interested. We really would like to learn more about this augmented reality technology. And my question was, for us today, it's very urgent to think about online education. How about your experience? Do you have any studies on the efficiency of online education, offline education, online versus offline education? Because today, due to our situation, which is very alarming and sad for us, today we work online. So I'd like to hear from you. Is this efficient and productive? What do you think? Thank you.
Dear Helen, Thorben, did you hear the translation? Did you hear the question? Oh, no, you didn't.
I did. Sorry, Thorben, you're supposed to click to the English translation.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I missed that.
So Thorben, the question they were asking was around, do you have any advice on how to start online education? Because especially it sounds like in the Ukraine region, everything is online. And I know you do a lot of augmented reality and virtual reality in your space, but what about online sources?
Yeah, I will just also add why Valentina asked that question, because she's representing Ukrainian Federation of Accountants and Auditors. So the situation not only in region but specifically in Ukraine right now doesn't allow to have a lot of offline trainings and education events. So that is why this question is very important for UFPA. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. It is an important question, and it changed a lot, right? When the COVID pandemic especially came in a few years ago, and I'm now switching perhaps to my firm's perspective. I'm in the global learning executive of my firm for audit and assurance, and we talked exactly about that. How could we switch our programs, which were blended learning, virtual learning in the past as well, e-learnings, but which had a big portion of live learnings? How could we switch that from now on to a virtual world? We did just try. First of all, we tried to take our curriculum take our live sessions and to rewrite what we have into a virtual format. We had a lot of stakeholder discussions, and I think a lot of IFAC members, IPAE members especially, might be very able to share knowledge on that. We changed everything to virtual by trying different solutions. So first of all, the basis of e-learnings was always the basis for us, especially for pre-learnings or post-learnings like final assessments and so on. In the whole program, this e-learning part was embedded already. We have providers where we work with. These providers somehow give us a plan of having a real structured format there. But then we took Zoom, Skype, Microsoft Teams, whatever you take, and try to take all these opportunities, which are technically in Zoom, for example, to embed that into a live learning course and to make that live learning virtual by doing breakout sessions, for example, within a Zoom call, by having whiteboards and annotating. So everything which we experience in our profession over the past 2 years, we transfer that to our learning courses and rebuild everything on virtual learning and did nothing live in the past 2 years. Now we are coming back because some of the parts which we transferred to a virtual learning really have more value when you are live in a classroom, and whenever the situation allows to, we try to go back, but we have a lot of portions which are still on a virtual format. So using all the technologies which are there, like especially Zoom and so on, making a detailed structured plan. What is your learning course? What do you want to deliver? What are your learning objectives? And then trying to take these different opportunities which the tools give us were our approach. And to be honest, we just tried, and it worked at the end. And the people were very, very happy, and the experience was very interesting for them at that space. Now, 2 years later, from a COVID pandemic, and the Ukraine is in a totally different situation right now. But for us here in Germany, for example, we do have a little bit of fatigue on virtual learning, and therefore it's going back to live learning in some parts wherever it's possible. I hope that answers the question a little bit.
If I can add on as well, there are one thing that we've been encouraging is to leverage other members, other IFAC members, if you're still struggling to develop your own CPD program. So kind of in that intermediary phase while you're developing your own online training, there are other resources out there that you can point your members to. And that one that I sent you, the ESG one, but during that COVID period, a number of, especially the larger PAOs, were standing up online classes that were accessible to others. There's also, I think our sponsor from the summit, they're also a CPD, online CPD provider. So I would encourage you to try and find those other sources while you are standing up your own programs. And if you need contacts, by all means, reach out to me and I help, happy to make some introductions.
Thank you very much, Helen. Let me check if we have more questions. No, we have. Thank you from Valentina Lihka for your answers. Okay.
Okay, so thanks very much,
no more
Natalia.
Questions.
And we are going to come.
I have.
Yes.
Sorry, we have a question from Bogdan Zasadny from Kyiv National Shevchenko University, Ukraine. Dear Helen, yeah, we still have time, so I think we can voice it as well. Dear Helen, does IFAC conduct special researches on the special research on the interest among young people in the accounting profession today and compare such results with previous years? Thank you.
So I'm sorry to say we haven't, but it's absolutely something I want to tap into, right? And I see some of the regional bodies, such as the PAFA region, SAFA region, a number of regional bodies are standing up almost student shadow governments or boards that I want to be able to tap into, because in particular, if I think about the attractiveness of the profession and how do we find out what future potential future accountants want, how do we change the narrative of what a professional accountant is? I need to hear those voices as well, right? And so I have a strong desire to find an ongoing advisory group with students globally. I think I'm probably working through the PAs to find them. But I love the idea that Bowden has around that comparison. So maybe I need to do a survey in the meantime around what does an accountant want? I asked the question at the summit about what do you see the future of the professional accountant? And the words that came, I did a word cloud, and the words that came up were like agile, curious. So and like these are what we want to be known for, but we're not known for that right now, right? We're unfortunately, we're known by our failures, which that's a horrible profession to be in, but that is what we do because we do so much well. But yeah, we need to find ways to really enhance our profession, our reputation.
And perhaps to add on that, Helen, we do have something which we call Young Audit Forum on a global level worldwide, which is exactly giving it, and it's so important and so valuable to have that. So if we could embed that on an IFAC level somehow, I think there is a lot of value in it.
Sorry, Helen. No, I think that's a great idea. And also, sorry to add up on the requirements for the survey also, but following up on our own innovation team discussion, it would be great to have a subset of information on the public sector, specifically accounting for the public sector, because that's very useful for our constituents. So when designing the survey, we might need to serve several gods, right?
Sounds good. I'll put it on our next agenda, Jose.
Looks like we have more questions, even 2 more questions. The first one is from Momstan Ani. Do you use augmented and virtual reality technologies, 3D virtual teachers during lectures instead of Zoom or other online platforms? This is the first question.
That's probably for me, Helen, isn't it? The answer is yes and no. So yes, first of all, we did implement augmented reality parts in our live learning and virtual learnings, not instead of Zoom, but as an additional part to be different, to do something special, to have the opportunity, for example, when you are in a live room, to get your phone out, scan a picture, and then something happens, and then there are animated figures who are telling you a story, who are asking you questions. You can interact with them, you can see videos or whatsoever. So that is the easy augmented reality part, embedded in Zoom learnings virtually or embedded in live learnings. The other part where I answered no on is we are currently developing the metaverse. We are looking into the metaverse. We are having, by the way, an own office of my firm in the metaverse. You can walk in there, talk to people, and so on. And we are trying to get facilitation into that, because in that world, also from a sustainability level, where we do not want to travel anymore and save a lot of energy, we want to put that into a metaverse world, coming together, having a discussion from a manager in Uganda together with a manager from Norway or from whatsoever would be so interesting. At the moment, still too expensive to develop everybody to go into that metaverse, but that is something where we are researching on and where we are going into that direction.
And in the universities, I'm not hearing a lot of it. There's a desire for it, but similar to Thorben's comment about the cost, that is the restriction, right? Especially with virtual reality, you need the equipment and everything. But I think the possibilities of where it could take us when we get to a point that it is possibility, right, are wonderful. Think about the behavioral competencies that could be learned. So I think there's another video. I'll share another video with you guys from the summit. The AICPA has started doing virtual CPD programs for like ethics, and they set up like an ethics classroom, an ethics online center to help redevelop those skills. 'Cause those skills are so hard to teach in a classroom from a book, right? You need the experiential learning, and so that's why I say the possibilities where the metaverse and augmented reality could take us are wonderful. There is also a study out there, though, that I think PwC had done, that when there's a point of about 2,500 students that you could hit where it becomes almost more cost effective to do virtual reality training than in person. Because once you design the platform, then it just, there's no additional, not significant additional cost. Whereas in person has to constantly be in a physical location, there's travel costs. So I think that's, I'll have to remember to send that to you as well.
Thank you very much, Thorben. Thank you, Helen, for your answers. And also one more question. I think we have still time for it, 6 minutes. Thank you to the speakers for an interesting presentation. It's very important that the need to study the ESG behavior of business from the perspective of accounting and financial reporting is stressed. Thank you. And I would like to add a little bit on this question and ask whether amendments to IES related to sustainability standards are coming soon as well. Thank you.
So I will probably give the same non-committal answer that Anne-Marie gave yesterday, that that we are currently considering what is needed for ESG, for sustainability in the standards, whether it is the extreme of a whole new standard in and of itself, or is it something more in the lines of non-authoritative guidance that would give you a specific application of a learning outcome to an ESG concept, right? In terms of, and I think if I understand the question correctly, that there is already a lot of stress in the system around just like the basic accounting and financial reporting. It's important to understand how ESG fits into that. And so this is where I think that integrated reporting, integrated thinking, that mindset comes into place. Because if you think about the flow of information, and to me, that if I recall from my own time in industry, the people that knew the flow of information the best were always the accounting and the finance team, right? We know where the information comes from. We know the completeness and accuracy. We know the controls on where things could go wrong. That's just what we do. So similar concept to ESG, sometimes the source of this information is the same. If it's not, we know how to fix it, right? So to me, it's leveraging what we already know. It's not about doing something, a completely different project. It's bringing it into what we do already and making sure we bring along our new stakeholders, our new collaborators with us. That to me is probably going to be the hardest challenge, getting people to understand, other people within the organization who currently do the sustainability reporting, to understand why they need us, right? Why we would add value. And I'm going to offer you another video again. Somebody's going to have to remind me of all the videos I owe you. But we had a case study last year from a company called Farico, based in Tasmania. And they had specifically gone out and convinced their sustainability reporting team the value and the importance of having an accountant in place, the CFO team. And so they're a wonderful case study. And we've got a number of others that we're working on right now to try and find case studies in business that we could use as teaching materials. But that one in particular always stood out to me. And their reporting, they've now gone from not just climate reporting in their integrated report, to they're now moving into capital, like the human capital element. So there are studies out there, and I would encourage you to really think about them and figure out how it works in your own program. But don't consider this a separate exercise. It's part of what we do, and trust your own skills to know how that works.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear speakers, Helen, Thorben. Thank you very much, dear participants. We run out questions and actually run out of time. So now we have a 15 minutes break. Thanks again for this very interesting and very fruitful discussion. And I hope you will have a chance to stay with us longer today to take part in other discussions as well, or in the second part of this event today. Thank you.
Thank you. See you in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So in the last session today of the seminar, we will speak about hot topics, challenges, and opportunities in accountancy education. During this session, the participants will hear from representatives of global and national professional educators, outlining the hot topics, challenges, and opportunities in the world of accountancy education today. In this session, we have three panelists that join us today. The first one is Joshua Stopek. He's a senior manager of research in research for the United States for the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Joshua is research senior manager for the U.S. Uniform CPA examination, where he has served a variety of roles since 2007, mainly focused on accounting, simulation, research, and development. Our second panelist is Sylvia Meliem. I hope I pronounce it rightly. Sylvia is the chair of the Department of Accounting at ITAM Digital. Sylvia is a faculty member of ITAM, one of the most prestigious universities in Mexico, where she has occupied several positions for over 30 years, including accounting program director, chair of the accounting department, and from 2012 to current time, she's accounting research. She's the director for the Accounting Research Center. Our third speaker today is Vikas Akarwal. He's the regional head of public affairs for Europe, Eurasia, the Middle East, and the Americas for ACCA. Vikas is the regional head and responsible for advising governments on socioeconomic issues such as technology adoption, future talent development, corporate governance, sustainability, and financial inclusion. So we are kicking off this last session. So Joshua, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much for inviting me and the introduction and the opportunity to speak today. First things first, I just want to apologize in advance. I am from the New York area, and I do tend to speak quickly when I get excited about things, and I am excited about accounting and the changes in accounting. So please, if I begin to speak too quickly and you don't understand anything, please stop me and ask me to slow down. So I will be talking primarily on two topics today, technology analytics and ESG. But I think about these primarily from the perspective of change. And I don't know if this quote from Bob Dylan translates very well, but I think we all recognize that the world continues to change at a more rapid pace, and the role of an accountant is more important than ever, so long as accountants are able to change with it. And I think that the skills that we need for data and technology and analytics and ESG prove that there are fundamental skills that we have and that we can implement to be able to help the public and our businesses and our clients. So my colleague Natalia spoke yesterday a little bit about the management accounting, the global management accounting frameworks from CIMA. I'll be talking primarily today from the perspective of the US CPA and the CPA exam, with a little bit of additional background from the Global Accounting Alliance and my work there with those bodies. But I think it would be helpful to understand a little bit of the background on the US CPA, Certified Public Accountant. In the US, the accounting education is provided primarily by universities who give the credit hours necessary to sit for the CPA exam. and then become a CPA. The AICPA and the CPA exam where I sit develops the uniform CPA exam, which is the single uniform or standard requirement across the 50 states and additional areas of which it's required. So I'll be able to give you the perspective from that. The US CPA exam is in 4 parts currently, which include what we call the pillars of accounting: audit and assurance, financial accounting, tax and regulation, and then the additional business environment. As we have considered how the world is changing and how we need to change with it, we have been on a multi-year project to revamp our syllabus or our blueprints to better suit the current and emerging themes. And we've done a significant amount of research through the AICPA and NASBA, the state boards of accountancy, to develop a new model, which we call our evolution model, which retains a strong core in accounting, auditing, and tax, underpinned with technology, but then expands the model to for students and candidates to pick one of 3 disciplines in which they are going to plan to practice. Again, each of these have a fundamental technology underpinning to them, and I'll talk a little bit about how we see that as we move forward. Each of the disciplines or electives, if you will, have a strong technology core. The business analysis and reporting section would have a focus in financial and business analysis, but consider the use of analytics and technology in the development of new types of analytics as you are performing your work as an accountant. The tax compliance and planning has a little bit of a less technology bent. However, that being said, we have still done projects to better understand how the role of tax accountants has continued to change as a lot of that work is automated. And you know, we still confirm that the critical thinking skills necessary for accountants to understand how data is moving through tax accounting programs and how data is coming from different sources for different clients in different ways is still incredibly important. And then I'll talk a little bit about our information systems and controls discipline in a minute. But as we talk about technology and analytics, I like to think about something that my colleague Jan Taylor Morris said, who's the academic in residence at the AICPA. And she said, any program not already integrating technology and analytics into their programs is what we would say is behind the 8 ball. And again, there might be a translation issue here, but generally it means if you've not already done it, you're going to be working from way behind and you're going to be stuck. So I think it's important to think about how does technology and data impact the work of accountants, and I'll talk a little bit about that right now. Accountants have always been masters of data and information. I think what's really important now is to understand how that data has changed and what are the components and information used to track and account for things. And then how does that information, what does it look like? What are the criteria of it? What are the different bits and pieces of that you need to think through? And how does that flow through systems? Accountants are very familiar with spreadsheets. They're very familiar with flat invoices or paper, but we really need to understand how that data is moving through different ERP systems, different general ledger systems, different sub-ledger systems, different sales systems, to understand what is good data, what is bad data, what data is available to you, and is that data fit for purpose? And that purpose can be any number of things in terms of understanding the business, understanding the context or the climate of what you are in, and how are you going to solve accounting related problems. And that again is something that accountants have always been familiar with. It's just some of the data has exploded and looks slightly different and more is available to you than it used to be. So I think in some of our projects, it's been very important as we've talked to external CPAs, to public accountants, to those in academia, to think about how are students really understanding what that data looks like and how it moves through these different types of wires and internets and networks and different places, so that you can make the best decisions possible for your business, for your clients, or as you're providing assurance. How am I going to describe what's going on? What types of questions do I need to really ask to perform my services? And do I need to predict or prescribe what's going on? And how might that goal change how I want to look at the data that's available to me? And thinking about data is its own content area on its own. However, you do need to think about the criteria of that data, the concepts that are related to that, and how that joins into accounting concepts. And so I think, as I've said before, accountants have always been data savvy. It's just that data has evolved differently, and we need to be able to provide that value and assurance. So the two models that I'm showing above are two different things that you can teach on their own, or you can teach them integrated into accounting context. And I will say these are developed by accounting professors, so they are probably best for that purpose, but there are plenty of others that talk about data, how you would need to think about data when you are trying to solve data problems. So the first on the left is a data process chain, one that separates out the different steps in pulling, extracting, transforming, and loading data, and then solving a problem with it. And my friend Guido Gertz, who developed this model to help his students understand how to think about thinking about problems. And the model on the right, developed by another colleague of mine, Ann Zuranin, is not a data model per se. It's a way to think about critical thinking. And it always helps to have a model to either integrate specifically into your learning, or to think about as you're developing other accounting specific problems. And I won't go into the specifics of these, but I will just show that these are opportunities for you to expand or think about the problems that you have differently, potentially for the cases or item questions themselves, or for how you might want to develop a rubric, or think about how you're scoring different types of accounting content and questions. And as we continue to think about a lot of this, I always get this question: do I need software? Do I need tools to be able to test analytics and technology? The short answer is always no. You do not necessarily need a tool to be able to teach the concepts and the thinking behind this. But is it helpful to do so? Sure, assuming that you have the time, the money, and the ability to integrate these into your programs. That being said, what is most important here, and in the discussions with working professionals, the majority of what we always hear is that there are so many tools, so many different databases that students should be able to pick them up as they work through them. What's really important is to have the questioning mindset, to understand what systems you have and what data is available. And then once you've sort of thought about the analysis or the analytics you're doing, what types of insights are you getting? Are you reading that information right? Do you have the right types of questions to ask of that data to get more information or to be able to make your judgments? So I like to think about the hardest part being asking the right questions and figuring out what those questions look like. So if I don't have a system to look at, I don't have a data set to look at, how might I ask these questions? And so again, thinking about what information I have, what is the right data I need to answer or identify a problem, and I can simply provide a listing of the data available, or a data dictionary, or different types of information that's available. And whereas in the past we may have asked it at a high accounting level theory, you can now get into some of the weeds as what are the metadata that's available to me? What types of information is available, and how might I join that? And once I get that information, is it good? Can I use it? Can I clean it? Does it have errors in it that I need to do something to? Is there a format that's incorrect? Is there data that's missing? And you don't need thousands and thousands of lines to do that. You can do that with a simple 25 to 100 rows of information that somebody can scan. And if you asking questions about developing or what an analysis you're doing, how are you going to look at that information? How am I going to identify outliers? So you may ask a student, what type of analysis are you going to do? How would you create that? And then you can provide them with already done analysis and say, or analytics, and say, please identify the outliers, or what would an outlier look like? How might I make a distinction or understand what my next questions need to be to make a judgment, or what judgment am I going to make? And there are data and there are cases out there for free if you need them, particularly in the United States, the city of Chicago, the city of New York. They have all sorts of publicly available data. And if you look, there are other data sets available, such as those for, I believe it's called the Hub for Accounting Education has some nice data sets. From the perspective of how these impact licensure, and again, that's sort of where my my efforts are. We think very specifically about how our content might need to change, or how our questions might need to change to reflect the reality of the world we're in. So we're no longer asking questions about paper invoices. We're asking about the database where invoices are, or we're asking about what risks they might have or need to think about in making a management accounting decision or a business decision. Our universities are typically more required to help their students learn and leverage tools and move along, though not necessarily, again, they don't necessarily have to, although it is always nice to do. We also know that as CPAs go on the job, that's where they learn the specific tools that they need. A lot of it is the mindset of being able to adapt to which tools you're using and using new tools in different ways. Some of the other global bodies that I have worked with see this slightly differently. CAI in Ireland, for example, does a lot of work teaching different tools like Tableau for analytics and UiPath for automation. They discuss emerging topics like blockchain usage and integrate some spreadsheets in there as well. My colleagues at Australia and New Zealand, they've integrated some concepts throughout their program, but they also developed a separate module for analytics and insights for how accountants identify, analyze, solve, and communicate business problems. And those tools and those skill sets they teach to go across all types of different accounting problems. ICAEW took a different approach, focused on audit analytics and integrated Inflow, which is an analytics software, into their assessment process. Up here is just some different ways that we think about it. Obviously, you can think about a syllabus as the guide for your education. And as you better think about the learning outcomes, you can then better integrate those in. And as I mentioned, the US CPA exam has integrated these technology and data questions throughout our blueprint in the different areas. I am going to move ahead a little bit just to make sure we have time. But another emerging trend we've been seeing in the United States, and we've heard different things in different countries, is that IT audit assurance is something that is continually requiring more audit expertise, and is certainly an area for growth. So one of our new disciplines is specifically focused in systems understanding confidentiality and privacy, and certainly some of those topics are throughout the rest of the exams, but is much more of a specific focus here, so that we can ensure that those providing IT assurance engagements have what they need. And certainly as companies continue to change and become more automated and have more systems in different ways, these types of engagements have exploded recently. But just to switch gears quickly, the ESG is something that obviously you've been hearing about. I know there have been some other presentations, but from our perspective, there are a lot of different aspects in the ESG room, in the room of ESG. Sustainability and environmental accounting concerns are certainly front of mind, but there are a lot of different concepts that are interrelated that think about reporting and company risk and decision making. And while a lot of this has been done in recent past by HR and marketing, by investor relations, I believe Helen, as I was on before, previously mentioned, accountants have been good at these types of processes and procedures and been good at figuring out how you collect types of information. So this is a burgeoning or a growing area for accountants to come and help organizations and help provide the assurance where currently it's been a less rigorous area per se. And there are any number of different terms and regulations and regulators depending on which country you're in, but the impacts are very large regardless. And especially in regard to sustainability, a lot of this focus has started with investor relations, but it continues to grow as we think about supply chains and the claims that supply chains are making about ethically sourced ingredients or the way different materials are mined and those things. And so as employees and customers are more concerned, and as businesses are making more public claims about what they're doing, more assurance, more rigor is being required in what they are doing. And so I think it's really important to think about that in terms of how many organizations are already giving some level of sustainability information in public markets, either in reports or marketing or other ways. But the level of assurance that's being provided to those is much less rigorous than that of which auditors or accountants can provide. And so there's a lot of space for us to be thinking about, and we must think about how we can be integrating these concepts into our curriculum. And so again, it's happening differently in different areas. Some areas have some more significant assurance engagements held by public accountants. But I think regardless, it's really important for us to think about how we might integrate these things. And so we're often asked, how are we going to do this, even though the guidance continues to evolve, the reporting and legal requirements continue to change. That being said, it's really up to us to figure out what types of issues and frameworks we want to think about. And so I think as accountants are the experts of information and process and risk, we want to think about what types of material information and factors are already impacting the work of a business. And so if we are already thinking about what types of carbon emissions we might have, or what types of decision making we might need to want on ethically sourced products or other diversity and inclusion initiatives, how is that going to impact strategy and risk? And clearly accountants are important in the risk area. What types of controls are we thinking about and might apply? So if you're thinking about a COSO type framework, or you're thinking about implementing different financial accounting controls, how might those also apply in an ESG context? And what types of metrics am I going to need to be reporting to make decisions which ultimately go into internal reporting, external reporting, and if anything is external, clearly we were going to want to have some assurance related to that. And so I don't think you need to overcomplicate the issues. I think for me, a lot of it is about thinking about the fundamental aspects of these things to make somebody to make a student conversational. How do they talk about this? How are they able to be in the room to understand what's going on? And as I showed before, in the US, we have a foundational competency framework. A new version of that is coming out, I think, next week. And it includes these more robust ESG-related learning outcomes, which we would want universities to consider as they are developing their curriculum. We don't need CPAs to be climate scientists or environmental scientists. What we need them to do is to understand the issues and be able to provide a voice of reason as we are developing these types of procedures and policies and decisions as we go forward. From the US CPA perspective, we are thinking about this primarily from COSO and risk management perspective. As we go forward, we're going to think about how we might change that. But I think, for us, there are different ways that you can think about sustainability issues in terms of risk and risk management that lay a groundwork for these issues in a curriculum and then in some assessments that will help make sure that our new CPAs, our new accountants, professional accountants, are thinking about these things and are aware of how a company might need to change a decision because one business opportunity might have implications for carbon emissions, or you might need to think about putting a factory in a specific area because of rising water levels. And so I think there are ways that we'll need to think about measurement implications for financial reporting. What are the physical impacts to my assets and expenses and write-offs, changes in economic lives, but also what are the risks of disclosures or risks that we are disclosing and different opportunities and strategies and oversight. So I think you can also think about how when you have these problems, you might be able to take two hot topics and combine them, because as you're thinking about ESG issues, and integrating those into your risk or decision-making processes, how might I have data that can help me solve this? How can I turn this ESG question about potentially changing my delivery routes or the amount of cars that I have in my fleet into a question about carbon emissions and price and valuations, and what types of data are available to me both internally in my systems and externally, maybe with my City of New York public data or something like that. So again, I don't think that we need climate scientists as public accountants. It may always be helpful if a public accountant is getting some education, maybe suggesting that they have a environmental science course or an elective somewhere along the way would be helpful. But I do think that the frameworks that accountants already think about can be turned on this lens as it becomes a part of the day-to-day life of an accountant. So that's how I think about it. I did want to make you aware other organizations are thinking about this a little differently. Australia and New Zealand, for example, has a new elective similar to their data analytics one, in which case they are focused on sustainability for accountants, and they go into a very robust curriculum related to what is sustainability and governance, sustainable finance, and the types of issues related to the new types of regulations and guidance coming out. And they may not get into the weeds and the very fine details, because those may be changing day to day, but thinking about who is creating these and how they are working. And so ultimately making sure that those who are interested in this are able to contribute and influence their organization's values, and then eventually provide some assurance on that as they go forward. Just to provide some resources, the AICPA does have a free ESG webinar next week, of which I have the link in my slides. There have been also two previous ones. These are specifically designed for faculty and educators to help upskill them. And so there were two previous ones that are available for free on the website there. There is a Fordham University ESG program, which I have heard great things about there. That there is a fee for that, as well as for our new certificate program, which is launching next week, or this week, I believe. Sorry, next week. And we do have a free sustainability disclosure webinar in I guess that's 2 weeks. So I think, again, I'm sorry, I apologize for talking quickly. That's my thing, sorry. But thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Very interesting presentation. And while we transition to Silvia's presentation, I would like to invite our participants to start posing questions in the questions and answers section of the Zoom. So Silvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be with you and share this panel with Josh and Vikas. I am also will try to do it very fast, because the time is not quite what we want to share all we could. So I have in my agenda three different topics. the opportunities for accountant in a digital era, implication for the accounting profession, and some competence that we need to consider in IPD and CPD. So in the strategic plan of IFAC, there are two trends that talk about technology. The one is the future of work and education. So one challenge that I am sure we all have around the world is attracting and retaining the new generations. So we need to change how future generations see us. They need to know that we are changing, that we are evolving, and that we can offer them a very interesting future. Because if we do not have that capacity to attract future students and talented students to our profession, we will have a lot of problems in the future. So that is very important to change and send that message to our future generations. And the other trend is that technology is everywhere, and we need to acquire and improve our skills, especially in risk management, scenario planning, all new different technologies as blockchain, cybersecurity, data analysis. But what we need to know is that we need to think about the future, and this integrate thinking, the new models that are using the different kind of enterprises. And 2 years ago, IFAC invites Daniel Burrus to the education panel. He is a technologist and a futurist, and he talked about what we need to change. We need to change our mindset and moving from playing defense to playing offense. And that may be specific true for our profession, that everyone sees us as playing defense, as maybe our reports are basic in the past and not in the future. So we need to analyze what is going to happen in the future. And in this case, he says that if we analyze the trends, we have hard trends and soft trends. These hard trends are the ones that is based on future facts, and they represent an opportunity for our profession, especially because the data is going to be important to take decisions. And in this case, we, as the expert of information, need to develop real-time reports and real-time audits. So it's very important to consider this hard trend, and also an opportunity for finance, data automation, and analyzing customer data. We need to innovate, and we need other competences, not only technical competences, but other kind of competences that we need to improve, like networking, mobility, convergence, and others that are very important. And in this sense, we need to move from the in the cognitive domain to the upper level. And this starts with universities, maybe as in Mexico, that we have a university-based model. So we need to move from remembering and understanding to evaluating, creating some upper skills in the cognitive domain. And obviously, we need to use technology and to know about certain technology that is exponential. But we need those competencies that are very important, because knowledge, skills, and attitudes are not separate. We need to think about competencies, and we need to be anticipatory. We need obviously to know what technology is going to be relevant for our activities. We need emotional intelligence and other different skills. What are the implications for the accounting profession? First of all, we cannot wait any longer. We have to move. We have a kind of resistance to change, but we need to know that we need to improve the value to our clients and to seek for new concepts of value in our profession. And also in analyzing this anticipatory leader model, if we know what's next, if we have an opportunity, as for instance today in ESG or using technology, we need to shape the future. And IFAC is very consciously about that. And I think one of the greatest things we have as a profession is that we are global, and we are a network, a global network, and we can share knowledge and learn from each other. So that's great for us. And in the case of accounting profession, we know that we have a lot of skills in finance, and we are very strong in some technical competences, but we need other kind. We need to think wide, we need to integrate, communicate, we have leadership, and so we need to innovate and live in this digital era. And that's quite difficult because we are in an era that is very complex and also is digital. And the implication is that we need to solve more complex problems. We need to understand technology. We need to have or acquire some additional professional skills. And we need to think about our own biases and missing on erroneous information. That's why November 2020, we saw some changes to International Code of Ethics. And those changes, the main ones, remind us that our main goal is act in the public interest, that we need to have an inquisitive mind. We need to be aware of our own biases and reinforce our fundamental principles. And why this is important? Because we need to determine what sources of information are reliable, and we need to develop this inquiring mind and our critical thinking. And also that's why we are seeing introducing these new education and development digital skills in the international education standards. We know that we have an output-based approach, and that we have different models of education around the world, but we need to set a minimum quality that is the qualification point. And in Latin America, for instance, we have the university that prepare the students, but they are not the same, but we need to set this minimum point and then to implement CPD. If we talk about initial professional development, we have to emphasize the use of a statistical technique and data analysis. And obviously, we need to know that we will continue to be the one to provide information to internal and external users, but in a different way. And we are in a world of big data, and this big data implies a lot of these 7 Bs, velocity, variety, variability, visualization, and to manage that volume of data. That's why we need to be skeptical. We need to have other techniques. We maybe are going to do the same things, but well, Anne-Marie says we are not going to do the same things. We are going to do different things and to manage great volume of data. So we need to have those skills, and that's why in a relation with information technology and communication, we need not just technical skills, but also other kind of skills, more broader skills. And just very quickly, in the international education standards, we are talking about intermediate level. We are not beginners, we are not advanced in advanced level, but we are in the upper level of the cognitive model. So we have to go not just remember things, but analyzing, recommending, explaining, using, and that is an intermediate skill in technical competences, also in professional and intellectual skills. We need to evaluate, apply our critical thinking, recommend, demonstrate. So to go to an upper level in the cognitive model, we need to work not only in the technical side, but in developing other kind of skills. Also in the professional values, we need to apply that inquisitive mind and work around the ethical code of ethics. Specifically in the digital competences, as Joshua mentioned, we are talking about knowing how the data is stored and how we clean that data and transform the data to relevant information. We need to know how to manage the databases and how to visualize and analyze these data. Talking about interrelation and integrate this mindset that we have of integration, we need to know how the business decisions are made and how this decision impact data creation and integration and storage. So it's not that we are going to be expert in everything, but in the process of decisions, creation, integration, and presentation of information and analysis, we have to keep this pace. And in the side of continuing professional development, the most difficult thing is to motivate the community of public accountants to update their skills, because it's quite different, quite difficult to do it. If we don't have or we didn't have this in school or in the university, it's quite difficult to acquire those skills at the pace we need. And the ICCA established that we need context to apply these skills. So that context is the one that we are in business, on the job learning, and it is not all, but it's an interception that we need to analyze in the context we work or in the role we have, what we really need from digital skills. And also we are seeing that we have different roles. We could play different roles among data. We could play a role with data gathering or data sharing or data analysis or communication. So we have to look and see what kind of activities we are on and decide or specialize in one of these. And talking about our profession and ensuring quality and integrity, I want to explain our case in Mexico. We have a license, and that professional license is acquired when you finish a program in a university, and that is quite different from our neighbors, United States and Canada, because the professional license for them is not when they finish a program in the university, is when they pass an exam, a national exam, that demonstrate they have certain competencies at a certain time. So our model is very oriented to the labor market, and our main objective is to have this professional training, and maybe in many of our universities, we just are in the side of the lower cognitive model and not in the upper side of that model. So, but the accounting profession is trying to develop and implement these high quality standards around the world, and we must move and we must do something about. In our case, what are the problems of adoption or adopt that international education standards? We lack of a certification system. We don't have at the university level a final exam of competences. Maybe we have it around more knowledge, but we don't have the same examination in all the our programs, and we don't have a mandatory CPD for the license, to keep the license. So we are trying to, well, we are at a risk, as in this slide mentioned, we have a reputational risk, and we have some problems to attract and retain our students. So in the case of Mexico, we have like 20 years trying to develop this model of the 3 E's to have the education on the, but then we have a national exam at the when we finish university. Now we have a national examination that is not mandatory, but is recommendable to have that examination. Then you have experience and you affiliate to that professional body, and you need to the certification and the CPD. But this is only for activities that in Mexico are considered of very high impact, that among them is mainly audit. And we are trying to move to certification to another kind of activities. And lastly, well, remember that we have a network, and we have free resources available to help us to move to the adoption of the international education standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Very interesting experience also. We are going now to our third and last speaker of this session. Vikas, the floor is yours.
Very much. Give me one moment. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, perfectly.
Yep, great. Okay, brilliant. Well, listen, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Vikas Agarwal. I'm from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. For those of you that don't know us, we're a professional accountants body. I'm sure you do, but I think the important point to note here is that we have members across 179 countries. And the reason I'm making that point clear is that a lot of the work that we do in terms of our thought leadership, our research and such, tries to reflect the views of everybody around the globe. So it's not just the UK, it's not just Europe, it's not just the West. It is a very sort of globally expansive view that we take. And so we try to ensure that everybody upskills equally. So anything that we do in terms of our changes to the qualification will affect everybody globally. You've heard from Joshua actually just now that the only real constant is change, and that's absolutely right. Through our research, we defined, or at least we try to articulate what we see as the 5 drivers of change. You've heard a lot about technology, of course there's the environment, but all of it really sort of blends together. I mean, none of these are standalone. If you think about workforce, generations behave differently. If you think about technology, adaptability differs. Society, in terms of demands, expectations, and preferences, all change. And that is, of course, linked to the environment. And then, of course, how we work together, both domestically and internationally, has really come into light over the past few years with COVID. So there's quite a lot going on at the moment, of course, with change. I'm going to focus a little bit more on the environment, but you'll see it does touch upon some of the other areas as well. I think the important thing to note here, though, is that big or small accounting firm business, these drivers of change are sort of coming for you. No one's really excluded from this. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because I should be honest, this is the second time I'm giving this presentation today. I'm actually at a conference for Mediterranean national bodies and SMPs, speaking about how they need to change their behaviors and their skills and their knowledge in order to adapt to a new future. And SMPs are really quite important. Now, if we think about SMEs, we know that in some countries they make up the backbone of an economy. You know, they can represent 90% of jobs and 90% of economic value creation, sometimes more. And accordingly, SMPs play, you know, an equally important role. But the SMP isn't, the professional accountant isn't the outcome that we're looking for. We're looking for the outcome in terms of how they contribute to business and to society and to broader public value. And so when we talk about the drivers of change, when we talk about sustainability and everything else, it's our belief that professional accountants, SMPs, large practices, and so on, they have a duty to support the business ecosystem, because they can be the bigger drivers of change, and of course it makes good business sense. I'm going to be talking about sustainability, as I said. When we think about business issues, we tend to just think about society, or predominantly think about society. Nature often gets left behind. We know that we use resources, but we're not great at actually valuing that as a capital, both as something that we use, but also something that we need to protect. And this is really why it's so important. If you think about it, I mean, statistically, 50% of our GDP, or global GDP, is dependent on nature. Like I said, it's not just about using it as a resource, but it's also to think about a capital that we need to protect and retain. When we think about, say, South America and the Amazon, if we think about Southeast Asia with mangroves, these are carbon sinks. These are huge natural resources that we have to protect, we have to retain in order to ensure that we aren't further contributing to global warming. And so we need to think, okay, we need to be very clear to businesses that we can't carry on consuming and depleting resources without worrying about this. And we, you know, one of the big reasons is that governments don't like it. National and supranational regulators are pushing more and more on the regulatory front. And particularly in the context of the EU, but it's only because they've had a lot more sort of stated claims. We know that the European sustainability reporting standards, they've been published already. Now, at the moment, they're focusing on big companies, but we know that CSRD is looking at small and medium businesses. And so we have to get accountants ready, professional accountants, SMPs ready to support those SMEs. Now, this isn't about theory anymore. This isn't about how we, you know, the sort of the framework that we build around. This is about practical steps to help professional accountants address these regulatory issues. We also know that there's greater calls from society. Consumer, as I mentioned, consumer behavior is changing. SMEs and of course businesses will see this, but we need SMPs to understand this as well and help those businesses change their behaviors, change their practices. COVID has been a really big shift for us. I've seen a huge shift in consumer behavior. What we've seen is a lot more consumers moving towards recycling and repair and reuse, consuming less. And I think the most important bit there is actually they're a lot more careful about who they buy from. The trend increases as you move through generations. So we know that through our research, 40% of Gen Z respondents that we spoke to, they've said they've boycotted businesses that don't align with their values. Now, of course, if consumers changing their behaviors don't scare you, then perhaps the call from investors will. Investors care about this a lot. Now, they have their own reputations to protect. Companies do, of course, but investors are much, much more under scrutiny about where they place their money. And I'm not talking about just large funds. I'm talking about small investors. You know, if we go back to the sort of millennials and Gen Z, 90% of millennial investors think sustainability first. Now, in a world of SMEs and scale-ups and new financing models like crowdfunding, that matters a lot. If your company isn't performing as society expects you to, they're going to start moving away from you. And the reason I'm saying this about why it's so important for SMPs to understand this is pretty much this. Do you want your clients to be well, if you're thinking about your clients, what's better, that they are more profitable this year or they're still existing in 5 years' time? And if you're only thinking about the short term and about their profitability, and you're not thinking about their long-term resilience and existence, then actually that's your business that can be affected as well. Now, we asked our members about this and they said pretty much the same thing. If they're looking at their own business and reflecting on their work, these are the sort of 4 big areas that they're worried about. As I've said, customer preference, financing, physical climate impact, and regulatory impact. And all of this together screams risk. You've heard risk being mentioned already. This is really where the professional accountant comes in. It's the ability to turn risk into opportunity. Professional accountants, SMPs, need to consider, and this comes from skills and knowledge, but they need to consider how consumers, regulators, financiers will be viewing their clients and understand the risks within their value chains. Are they going to be regulated out? Are they going to struggle to access finance? Will society activists expose their bad nature practices? These are risks that accountants need to advise on and manage. We believe that accountants have 7 core priorities. I won't go through all of these. Creating resilient economies, as I'm sure you can understand. Attracting and developing talent, right? Because we cannot operate in exactly the same way. We need to ensure that people coming into our businesses and into our ecosystems are well trained. And that's not just on technical abilities, that's on strategic abilities, insight, creativity, vision. We need to ensure that we're retaining talent as well. Now, of course, Gen Z and millennials as consumers behave in different ways. They also want to work in different ways. So we've got to ensure that we nurture that talent. We need them to drive sustainable businesses. We need them to advance standards and regulations. Remember that SMPs aren't just the recipients of regulations, they help shape them. And we do that through our partnerships as well. We work with the public sector, entrepreneurial behavior, and then of course ethics and trust, which is an absolute for any professional accountant. Excuse me, sorry. But fundamentally, accountants have one value, and this is something that we try and put through all of our work, through our education and through our research, and that is for the creation, protection, and communication of value. That's why we're here, right? It's to help our clients create value, to protect value, and then of course communicate it to society. And going back to what Helen was talking about earlier on, we need accountants to be integrated thinkers. We're seeing the shift away from what we would describe as financial reporting and non-financial reporting to become just corporate reporting more broadly, including sustainability and other issues. So we need businesses and SMPs to be thinking about all of the capitals. We need them to be thinking about risk management strategies. Again, that's not just on financial, that's on societal, environmental. We need them to think about their business models and whether they're fit for purpose for the future. And we need them absolutely utmost is to no longer just be there to do the finances and the numbers. We need them to be thinking about their clients and how they can actually help shape their client's business. Right? That's a true strategic professional accountant. It's not just about doing the numbers, it's about shaping business. It's been mentioned already. value chains are a really, really big issue. We need to look at businesses holistically and how they fit in, SMEs in particular, how they fit into wider value chains. One of the big risks we've heard from SMEs is that if they fit into a value chain of a larger company, that larger company may exclude them in the future because of their fear of sustainability regulations. And that's a huge risk for SMEs. And so what we're basically looking to do is to help larger companies support smaller companies, or have their professional accountant support them in adapting their business. Now, I use water as a very good example of this, but specifically the whiskey industry. The UK has a very big whiskey industry, as I'm sure many of you will know. If we think about small whiskey producers in Scotland, they absolutely depend on natural spring water, you know, the sort of the straight from the earth, with great minerality and everything else. But, excuse me, sorry. But we don't really price that in. We don't talk about the cost of a natural resource like that. We talk about water processing, but we don't talk about that, and that's something that we really need to understand for the future. Now, on the other side of that, there's a really good example again with whiskey, but from Japan. There's a case study of some strategy advisors within the Suntory whiskey distillery that found that worked out that they were paying a huge amount of money to dispose of their natural waste products. But engaging with different parts of business and society, they realized that they could actually turn what was their own waste product and a risk to their footprint, and turn it into a revenue stream. So they started selling their waste products to the fertilizer industry and the agricultural industry. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that came about through a change in outlook on your natural capital use and the way in which you view costs and revenue streams. That wouldn't have been possible without people well trained in strategy and natural capital sort of integrated thinking. So what does this all mean? I mean, look, as I've mentioned, we shouldn't be treating big businesses different to small businesses. You know, a large practice should be, well, a small practice should be doing exactly the same thing as a larger practice. Yes, it's harder, but this is where we come in to educate them. We need businesses and SMPs to start integrating climate change into their financial decisions in the short, medium, and long term. We were talking slightly earlier on about even within an individual business, you may find that there are very easy changes to make that support their engagement with society. We need companies to set targets for net zero. Again, you know, as mentioned, we're not expecting SMPs to be scientists, but actually doing that work and helping businesses understand what net zero means for them and how they can start moving in that direction. We need organizations actually to put finance and accountancy professionals at the heart of climate action. And again, I've mentioned this is around business strategy and governance, the road to decarbonisation, bringing in science-based target and accounting framework and standards. I won't go through all of these because there's quite a bit and I'm conscious of time. But as far as what we expect SMEs and SMPs to do together is, well, SMPs in particular, is about advising and connecting. Now, an SMP will have lots of different clients, hopefully. They'll have clients from different parts of value chains, from different sectors. There's a great deal of value in putting some of those two together, right? Working out how some of your own clients can work together to improve resilience, to improve natural capital use. We need them to understand the impact of businesses and start factoring in risk management processes, look for efficiencies, try and stamp out waste. Reporting and assurance, you've heard enough of. I mean, embedding sustainability isn't an add-on. It's not something that you do on top of your business. It should be at the heart of it. And that's for so many reasons. Obviously, of course, there's the natural capital issue. So really, this is about risks and about value creation, as I've said. It's more about shaping mindset and thought processes and behaviors to ensure that we've that when businesses are changing their behaviors and saying they're doing something, that they actually mean it. Okay, just to very quickly sum up. Look, I said earlier on about value, about creation, protection, and communication. This is our belief. You know, we're driven by public value, and so when we say the accounting profession plays a huge role, whether it's SMPs, Big Four firms, you know, finance functions in corporates, they're there to make sustainable organizations a reality, to help shape the businesses, to make them sort of fit for the future. And in doing so, we'll have a more sustainable and inclusive society that's fairer for all, fairer for the environment, fair for people. We have a lot of guidance available on our website, but we've been setting SMPs, or sort of SMP groups, a number of challenges, some really to answer these questions, or at least just take them away and start thinking about it. Apply these to your businesses, to your clients. You know, what exactly is going on with them? How are you going to ensure, as I said, that they are still going to be there in 5 years' time, that they haven't been pushed out by regulation or society? We've developed a number of practical toolkits for SMEs and SMPs, environmental management systems, mapping business goals to the SDGs. Again, this is a really useful way of diagnosing your business and your firm and saying, okay, how do I ensure that I'm adhering to the SDGs? And then supply chain code of conduct. You know, how do you ensure that that small businesses can adapt, that they are fitting into larger corporate companies' value chains, and that they are working hand in hand with them? Okay, so that's sort of where we are. Look, our global call to action, and this is something that we're doing with lots of national bodies around the world, talking about skills and understanding. That's got to be the basis. You cannot expect an organization of any type to become sustainable overnight without upskilling, without improving understanding and awareness. I won't go through all of these, but it's because you've heard enough from me. But that's why we're here, right? Our raison d'etre is to improve skills, to upskill. We need accountants to demonstrate integrated thinking. We've done a lot. We've been part and parcel of the International Integrated Reporting Committee since its inception, which has obviously now become the VRF, and then after that the IESs, and then in turn it's joined IFRS. We've been at the foundation of that because we believe it is the best framework for reporting and thinking in a new way. In terms of this is I won't go through this, but this is the different. Like I said before, the difference between an accountant and a professional accountant is they both have the technical capability, but this takes you from understanding how to do the finances and the reporting to how to shape a business and add value, right? And when we think about, you know, digitalization, we need to think more about how do we ensure that the profession is fit for the future and stays relevant. This is how the profession stays relevant. With regards specifically to sustainability and certainly for finance, we brought out a whole new range of supplementary products. Sustainability is integrated into our core qualification, but we recognize actually outside of the accounting profession, businesses, non-accountant finance professionals alike, they need to understand this. And so we've developed this new certificate in sustainability finance, and we've got lots of CPD products and so on. Again, lots more resources online. I won't just go through these, but our playbooks really are practical guides for SMPs. I mentioned that we can't keep talking about theory. Regulation is really important, but this has got to be easy to use practical toolkits for SMEs and SMPs to change their business practices, to map themselves to the SDGs, to upskill and to move into a more sustainable world. Some more guidance, and there I will say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vikas. So now we have a few minutes for questions and answers. I have one question from the audience. It's from Svitlana Subilevich from the Ukrainian PAO. And the question is, our PAO now temporarily offered our students on the first executive level of certification to take the National Digital Literacy Test. The tests are systematized according to the areas of knowledge of the European Framework of Digital Competencies for Citizens, Digital Competency 2.1, adapted by Ukrainian experts. What do you think about this option? I might leave the floor to Silvia, as she is in a PAO, and we can have her view on this.
Thank you very much. Well, I see that is we have in the IS1. If you are familiar with what is mentioned there, is that is the entrance qualification that you must have to be successful at an accounting program. So in that case, I think if you have this national evaluation, it is part of what we need, what we think we need to be successful in some accounting programs. So for me, it's I don't know that certification, but I think if it's part of what we think we must evaluate in IS1, that if we have some initial knowledge or competences from our students, we assure that they will have a successful completion of their studies. So for me, it's a good idea.
Thank you, Silvia. I think Vikas wanted to jump in on the same question. Vikas? I think we lost temporarily the connection. Joshua, did you want to come in?
Sure. I don't know a lot about it. I have taken a look at it, so it does seem like it's very very supportive of digital competencies and digital awareness for a broad range of things. So I think from that perspective, it is certainly good in making sure that the students are fully aware of all the digital technologies that are out there and how to use them appropriately. I've not seen it in practice, so I'm not sure to some of the details. What I would want to make sure is that it hits on the use of that it really hits on the use of data and understanding how that data, broader data, not just necessarily searching websites or looking at social media or things like that. That it really hones in on how somebody is using large sets of data to solve problems and what issues are related to that.
Thanks, Joshua. And we have Vikas back. I think, Vikas, you had your hand raised.
Yes, yeah, sorry. No, I think the so I've done a lot of work in the past on financial literacy and inclusion, and there's a huge reach across the digital inclusion as well. From the question, if I understood it correctly, I think it is a really good step. I think we need to think. We can't think about just new entrants into the profession, though. We've got to think about people that are already well established in the profession. There is a great risk, and I've heard from certain countries that a lot of firms and a lot of professionals, as new technology comes in, and new platforms and software, they're rather than reskilling, they're just stopping business. They just don't want to do it anymore. They think they don't need to, and they're basically going to retire. And that's a huge shame, because they've got a lot of value to add. I mean, just because they're not as digitally literate as their younger generations, a lot of their value comes from their strategy and their insight. And so to lose those generations would be really devastating. Not just for sort of ethical reasons, but also because think about all of the businesses that would be affected by that loss of value. So there needs to be something that looks at all sort of tiers of the profession, both entrants and those well established. And I think hearing Joshua and others and Sylvia, we've all got something that, well, certainly CPD is an important element of what we do. We've got to really focus in on those that are least adept to digital ways of working, and find strategies to support them.
Thanks, Vikas. This has been a very interesting session, and we miraculously made it on time. So it's just in time. So we're gonna go to the closing. Thanks again to all of our presenters. Also a big thanks to our donors for the STAREP and EduCop programs. In the case of STAREP, the Austrian Development Corporation and Federal Ministry Republic of Austria, and also for PULSAR, the Federal Ministry Republic of Austria and the Swiss Corporation SECO, which make this both programs possible. As you mentioned also in your presentations, this peer learning across PAOs is very important, and it's helping any PAO implementing a reform to have a easier way or easier path by knowing the challenges and opportunities faced by colleagues. So I think this is an excellent model to continue working on. I also want to give a big thanks to our interpreters. We know we have a great team of interpreters in these PULSAR webinars, and sometimes it's not easy for them to catch up with the speed of the panelists, or sometimes the sound is not optimal, and they always make a really great job. So a big thanks to them. And finally, a big thanks to our administrative team in PULSAR and STAREP, Irma and Anara. Most of us are working with them on a daily basis, and they are really the soul of these programs, and they make this possible. So thanks so much to everyone. I'm returning back to you 8 out of the 15 minutes we went over yesterday, and this is the formal closing. I don't know if Gary wants to add anything. Please, you are invited. Otherwise, we could. I see Gary can.
Thank you, Jose. I just can echo what you said, and great thanks to everybody who contributed to this successful event, and looking forward to meeting you in our future events. Thank you very much.